Mm. Good morning, everyone. I am going to call to order the Board of Supervisors meeting for Monterey County on Tuesday, July 19th. Could we have a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams and Ruascu appearing in person and Supervisors Phillips, Lopez, and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections to our closed session agenda? County Council?
No additions or corrections, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we will deal with closed session items number 1A through E. And now I'd like to call for public comment. And I'm going to ask a question of the many guests that we have here. I need to determine how much time to give everyone. So if you could give me an idea of how many people are going to be commenting, that would be very helpful. 5 people? Thank you so much. So we will do 2 minutes per person. And I will now call for public comment on anything that is on today's closed session. And if there is anyone on Zoom who's listening and wishes to call in from their phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand or *6 to unmute yourself. And if you're on your computer, you can simply go to the raise your hand icon. Okay, so we're ready to roll. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Supervisors, Community, and Monterey County nurses. My name is Rosie Garcia, and I'm a registered nurse in the Labor and Delivery Unit. I have been in RN for 13 years and have worked for Natividad for the past 6.5 years. I wish I were here today to express my love for my career as a professional RN. Instead, nurses are here once again to shed light on the chronic, dangerous, and eroding conditions at our only level 2 trauma hospital on the Central Coast. I am deeply saddened and angry at the fact that when patients arrive at Natividad's Labor and Delivery Unit for medical help with their pregnancy, they are met at the door and informed there are no rooms available. Patients in need are told, you have to wait. This is a harsh reality stemming not from justifiable reasons, but due to chronic unsafe staffing, unacceptable high nurse turnover, and the reality of Natividad's high patient volume. What is the result? Our nurses, fellow community members, your community members, deliver outside of elevators, in waiting areas, and in hallways unattended by an experienced labor RN or a licensed provider in high-risk deliveries. Our patients, your constituents, are left alone in danger to feel a lack of dignity, humiliated in their birth experiences. My insight into these realities in the Labor and Delivery Unit is just the tip of the iceberg of what I and my RN colleagues deal with day in and day out. As registered nurses, we stand here collectively to call on each and every one of your elected board of supervisors, to direct your senior administrations, to not just to listen, but respect frontline RN's judgments about the patients under our care. For our patients, we're officially calling a code blue emergency. Your community and dedicated county nurses who professionally care for all of you will pay the price. County nurses are here to say loud and clear, we will not be silent until everyone in a position of authority responds to our emergency code blue. County RNs are repeatedly warned that we are drowning due to these chronic and unacceptable conditions. But our county nurses are also learned to be each other's life jackets, to keep others afloat with the power of solidarity. We have learned to stand united and as patient advocates until our supervisors respond to our emergency code blue. Would you join us? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Garcia. Thank you. For those of you who may not have been here before, we ask you please not to applaud during any of the presentations, but you can wave your hands and that'll be your applause for today. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Trina Tully Rodriguez, and I've been a registered nurse for nearly 7 years, and I've worked at Natividad Medical Center for the last 2 years. I've dedicated my entire career to my specialty, and I feel obligated to speak out on behalf of my patients and my unit. As a registered nurse, I have direct knowledge of the conditions on our unit, and our nurses are under duress and experiencing a true crisis. Patient safety and optimal outcomes are being compromised due to the staffing crisis. Unfortunately, our concerns are not being taken seriously by those who are in a position to make a change. Our chronic challenges are safe nurse-to-patient ratios, retention of qualified nurses, recruitment of additional nurses which are competent in our specialty, lack of proper rest and meal breaks, and overall lack of respect for those of us on the front line of patient care. For example, on my last shift, we had 5 deliveries within 2 hours. According to the standards of our specialty, there should have been 1 nurse for mom and 1 additional nurse for baby for at least the first hour after life. On that night, and many others like it, our charge nurse had to attend each of these deliveries and care for all of these babies by herself. This means she was doing the work of 5 nurses in addition to her charge nurse duties, of which there are many. In addition to newborn recoveries, their charge nurse is also responsible for all of the nurses and all of the patients on the unit, as her license is also at stake when a negative outcome occurs. These unsafe working conditions means it's a matter of when, not if, bad outcomes will occur. As a registered nurse, these types of situations make me feel extremely unsafe, and it's very stressful not to be able to care for my patients, as I know is the standard of care. Not only is patient safety top concern for myself and my colleagues, but my license is at risk every minute I am out of ratio. Labor and delivery is one of the most highly litigious specialties, and optimal outcomes are dependent on safe nurse-to-patient ratios. We ask you to stand with us and prioritize the health and safety of our frontline RNs. Our concerns need to be taken seriously and addressed now. The lives of the families that Natividad serves depends on it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Next speaker.
Good morning. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Jessica Thomas, and I'm a registered nurse in the labor and delivery unit at Natividad. My fellow nurses and I are here once again today, and we will not stop coming back until the unacceptable patient and nurse working conditions are fully addressed. According to the California Department of Nursing or California Board of Nursing, the registered nurse often has been the first to recognize situations which are not in the best interest of the patient and to report these situations to persons who could affect change. However, our calls for help have been met with resistance and aggression. The persons who are patients, community, and nurses should be able to count on the most at Natividad, such as the chief nursing officer, the human resources director, the CEO, the nurse managers, and directors have been so resistant, so dismissive, and even so derisive to registered nurses' chronic and serious patient safety concerns that it is literally like walking into a combat zone every single shift. We are combating intentional chronic short staffing, escalating turnover, and moral distress because we are forced to live day in and day out with scenes out of a battlefield, while in our unit just alone, in labor and delivery just alone, obstetrical patients are forced to deliver their newborns in hallways and elevators rather than the safety of a hospital room with a skilled nurse at their bedside. We need our elected board of supervisors to end this downward spiral and direct out-of-town law firm the county hired to actually bargain in good faith and make meaningful movement. Direct the county to honor their responsibility and release our elected nurse negotiators. Direct Natividad and Health Department senior administrators to stop denying ratio law violations, stop attempts to violate floating standards, stop rejecting our necessary patient care protections, and to work with us to put critical California ratio law, workplace violence prevention, a nurse professional performance committee, in service and orientation language, stronger health and safety provisions, and other nurse-driven safeguards into our contract that actually hold administration accountable. Our nurses are united in calling our elected supervisors to be our champions and advocates for your constituents, just like registered nurses are for our patients, and to take immediate steps that protect our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Next speaker. Next speaker. Thank you. And if you could sort of come down to the front so you're ready to roll for the next speaker, that'd be great. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, supervisors, community, and fellow county nurses. My name is Annika Anderson, and I have been a nurse for 7.5 years and an RN on the pediatric unit at Natividad for the last 1.5 years. In the registered nursing profession, it is our ethical and legal duty to speak up when our patient's safety is at risk. This is particularly true in the pediatric specialty, where our patients often are too young to speak for themselves. As sworn patient advocates, our dedicated pediatric registered nurses work tirelessly to educate our patients and their families every single day to make sure all the littlest members of our community are receiving the absolute highest quality care and that their families have the support and resources they need to continue that care when they are discharged home. Unfortunately, the quality care our patients deserve is being compromised by unsafe staffing on a regular basis. Consistently, the pediatric unit is staffed with only one registered nurse and one nursing assistant, meaning that there is only one licensed nurse in the entire unit. It means that there is no one else there qualified to assume the care of the patients, and that nurse is therefore unable to take a single meal or rest break in an entire 12-hour shift. There's also no second nurse there to double-check doses for critical medications. Even worse, if one or more of our pediatric patients had an emergency, there would be just that one nurse there to manage it. This intentional short staffing not only causes delays in patient care, but it more urgently risks the safety of our tiny, vulnerable patients. As a trained pediatric registered nurse, I am repeatedly left feeling anxious and worried due to the constant pressure of knowing that the lives and well-beings of multiple children rest solely on my shoulders. This is an extremely heavy burden to bear day in and day out, shift after shift, and it is not acceptable to jeopardize the safety of our pediatric patients in this way. I and my fellow county registered nurses are here to call on our elected Board of Supervisors to stand with us as sworn patient advocates and direct senior administration to bargain with us in good faith to begin to solve the staffing crisis in all our county facilities and ensure the patient safety and nursing practice protections we have proposed are put into our contract to protect our patients, our community, and the dedicated registered nurses who care for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Amber Gall, and I've been a registered nurse in labor and delivery in Natividad for 7 years. As an RN, I have experience in multiple roles, including working at the bedside, leading as a charge nurse, and being a former supervising nurse. What I quickly learned in these roles is that Natividad's labor and delivery unit is not able to provide the highest quality care for our patients. I hope you don't hear the term labor and delivery and think it must be easy. I have floated to many other units, including intensive care and emergency departments, for my critically ill OB patients. Even when I remain on my unit, I have lived through numerous shifts as a charge nurse, forced to lead RN colleagues into danger because we were left too short. When RNs are forced to fulfill multiple roles, mistakes are inevitable. My hope today is that you take this seriously and finally do what is right, even though it might make you uncomfortable. I once chose to take on the supervising role because there was a serious need, and I hope to make a positive change for my team. Instead, I was directed to spend my time filling out reports with formulas intentionally designed to make it impossible to show the truth of dangerous short staffing. As a result, I decided I could no longer remain a supervisor ethically. I could not condone the intentional stopgaps set up to prevent safe staffing and safe patient care. Today, I stand before you as a registered nurse who has returned to the front line again to bargain in good faith and put the patient care and nursing practice first. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Amber. Next speaker. And I think this will be your final speaker. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Scott Bruce Getty, and I'm an ER registered nurse who's worked at Natividad for 9 years. I'm here with my colleagues today for serious issues, and we are sounding an alarm bell. My colleagues have detailed the serious patient safety concerns and unsafe nurse working conditions that all of you and our senior administration have allowed to happen. But I am here to tell you what our registered nurses as sworn patient advocates have dedicated our lives to commit to all of you, our community, and our patients. We are not here for some arbitrary reason. We are here for our patients, for all of you. We are here to call attention to serious unsafe conditions that our patients are facing every single day, every single shift we work. I want to talk to you today about how we try to report these unsafe conditions in order to act as sworn legal advocates for our patients. CNA, our union, uses assignment despite objection forms, or ADOs, as we call them. We document unsafe patient care assignments and situations every time they occur. We fill out ADOs. My colleagues behind me, as you can see, are holding up these forms. But guess what? The hospital administration is shoving them under the rug. They're accepting them, but they're not responding in any meaningful way. And that is not okay. These are serious issues we're documenting. Out of ratio, workplace violence, a patient delivering a baby in an elevator, no anesthesia physician, nurses working 17, 18 or more hour shifts. This is dangerous. For our patients, we need all of you as elected officials to listen, to act, to bargain in good faith, to do what is right. Direct your senior hired gun outside negotiator, bargain in good faith.
Thank you,
Accept our
Scott.
patient care and other proposals and do the right thing.
Thank you. If you can just wrap up your comments now. Thank you very much for being with us this morning. Okay. Thank you so much. Are there any other comments at this point?
Good morning. My name is Eric Edgerton. I'm a registered nurse at the emergency department at Natividad, Monterey County's only trauma center. I've worked in emergency healthcare for over 12 years. Let me explain to you our current working conditions and what's at stake. It takes years of experience to become proficient at caring for trauma patients, and yet nurses are quitting faster than we can train new ones. There are some nights where there are only 1 or 2 nurses qualified to take care of our trauma patients. What happens when we get a rollover with 4 patients requiring life support and one-to-one care? I'll tell you. We're talking about the loss of life and limb. We're talking about losing the ability to walk and talk. We're talking about RNs losing their licenses because of these work conditions. We're talking about the hospital developing a reputation as a dangerous place to work, keeping anyone from applying. County registered nurses are doing our best in this situation. For many of us, this means working long hours. I've personally been on the clock for 68 hours this week alone. That means broken families, exhaustion, burnout, mistakes made on the job that puts patients and nurses at serious risk. Having a trauma center in our county is a privilege we are committed to. But if administrators don't bargain in good faith and address the retention and recruitment crisis, we will lose our trauma certification. That means going back to a situation where all major injuries have to be transported to San Jose. Ask yourselves who you want taking care of you or your loved ones. Should you fall off a ladder, change a light bulb at home, or get T-boned by a drunk driver? Do you want to wake up to someone fresh out of school? Do you want to wake up to someone who's had no lunch for 12 hours? This isn't a shopping experience. You have to go to a trauma center when you're critically injured. Please help us help you.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Eric. Are there any other speakers at this point? With that, I will close public comment. Let me see if there's anyone online. No, we have no one online. I just want to thank you so much for coming out this morning. It's a very serious issue, and to hear you speak just really, I think for all of us, opens our eyes. At any rate, we're going to now recess the Board of Supervisors and go into closed session. Thank you again for taking your time out of your very busy days to come down and express your support and your thoughts. Thank you. The board will resume at 10:30.
10. Mic 11. Mic 12.
Staff mic 1. Staff mic 2.
Podium.
One more time.
Diego's mic.
Clerk's mic.
Okay, perfect. That's good.
Wow, we've got quite a crowd here today, and it looks like it's full of excitement and animals. Good morning, everyone, and I am pleased to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, July 19th, 2022. Could we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Root Askew, and Alejo appearing in person, and Supervisors Phillips and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Could we please have our announcement from our Spanish interpreter?
Buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis. Voy a ser su intérprete en español para el día de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y lo suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Por favor, hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretar. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Celis. And now, as we go into the Pledge of Allegiance, I want to say that today is the anniversary of the Seneca Falls Convention, which was the first women's rights convention in the United States. It was held in July 1848 in Seneca Falls, New York. And the meeting launched the women's suffrage movement, which more than 7 decades later ensured women the right to vote. I am happy to say that today we have Esther Hobbs with us, who is the lead organizer for the Women's March Monterey Bay, as well as the development director at Meals on Wheels of Monterey Peninsula. Esther has lived in Monterey County since 1998 and raised her daughter in Monterey County. She has worked at several Head Start locations in the county and recently worked as a case manager with Kinship Center. As the eldest of 5 brothers and 1 sister, issues of diversity, equity, and justice have always been a passion. Ms. Hobbs is a graduate of the University of Utah. So I'm pleased to have Esther here with us today. We thank her for her leadership in the women's rights movement and her dedication to harnessing the political power of diverse women and their communities to create transformative social change. Esther, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much for being with us today. And now, are there any additions or corrections to today's agenda?
There is one correction to the Housing and Community Development Consent Calendar, and that is for item number 45.1 to be removed as it is a duplicate of item number 44.
Thank you very much. And now we will move forward with our ceremonial resolutions. We have 4 ceremonial resolutions, all of which are going to be presented today. Before we take the ceremonial resolutions, I'll ask if our board members have any questions or comments. I'll ask if any members of the public have any questions or comments on these ceremonial resolutions. And I'll entertain a motion to approve the ceremonial resolutions, and then we'll have our presentations. Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Our first ceremony resolution is a resolution commending Sergeant Jennifer West on her retirement from 23 years of public service with the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. And I believe we have, someone coming forward who will make the presentation on behalf of the people of Monterey County.
Green, it's yellow, it's orange.
Test. All right. Thank you. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is John Thormick with the Sheriff's Office, and I'm here to present Jennifer with her resolution, which means I get to stand up here and brag about her. Jennifer was born and raised in Southern California,
And after graduating from the California State University of Long Beach with a degree in criminal justice in 1993, came to Salinas and to work for the sheriff's office in 1996 when she was hired by Sheriff Norm Hicks. During her time, she's worked with obviously for Sheriff Hicks, Sheriff Sonnet, Sheriff Kanalakis, Sheriff Miller, and most recently Sheriff Bernal. During her time, and I need to, when I say brag, was absolutely fantastic as an employee for the county. She was a deputy, a training officer, then she promoted to sergeant. During the time, she was a firearms instructor. And if you've ever been out to the sheriff's office range with us, that is a challenge working with us. So, and she did a fantastic job, and I got to work with her a lot on that. She was also a recruit training officer, where she's assigned to the police academy, where she had, I have no doubt, a huge impact on the new deputies that came to work for the sheriff's office, but then also for a lot of agencies in the area as it's a regional academy. After that, she came back as a sergeant and worked court services, working next door in the courts as a training division sergeant and admin sergeant, where she was probably inundated with more work than she could do and excelled at it, did a fantastic job. Some of the career highlights for Jennifer, she received not one, not two, but 3 life-saving awards while working with the sheriff's office, where she saved 3 different people who were trying to commit suicide. The first one being back in 2005, then in 2006, and then again in 2017. 3 separate life-saving awards during her career. She also received Employee of the Month in 2006 from the DBA, Deputy Benefits Association, and the Sheriff's Distinguished Service Award in 2011. During her time as well, Jennifer, when we brought on our CCS position, was tasked with helping and developing a training and profile for our training program for a whole new position that we didn't even have at the sheriff's office, and again excelled at that. Now, where did Chuck go? He's filming. You didn't, is that like on Facebook? Live? Perfect. Okay. If you don't know, Chuck is up here, Charles West, her husband, who was also retired as a detective with the sheriff's office. And I just wanted to come here, or we wanted to come here, the employees with the sheriff's office, and celebrate Jennifer's 23 years of dedication and service to the people of and the community of Monterey County. So with that resolution, which has everything on here that I just went over with, signed by the board, we'll present that, and then Jennifer's plaque with her badge on it and her time and terms of service. And I want to stand here again, brag about her, tell her thank you very much for everything, and enjoy your retirement.
Congratulations again, Sergeant West. Enjoy your time. Congratulations. Our next ceremonial resolution is going to be commending Emma Reyes, Administrative Services Officer to the Assessor's Department, for her dedicated service of 30 years to the County of Monterey upon her retirement. And I believe that we have our own Assessor, Steve Vagnini and Marina Camacho, to present this to Emma Reyes. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board, and good morning, everybody out here today. This gives me great privilege. It's a great honor today to present this resolution to Emma Reyes. And it's really nice to see so many of the people that here today that worked with Emma during the years that we were all together. And with me today is the assessor-elect. I'm very proud to introduce Marina Camacho, the assessor-elect. And former assistant assessor Steve Cagle. And Steve was the employee for the county of Monterey for 41 years. He retired 8 years ago when Marina became the assistant assessor. And Steve still comes into our office and helps out with the office. So I'm going to read this first, and then I'm going to say a few words. Whereas Emma Reyes announced her retirement from services with the county of Monterey Department effective December 30th, 2021. Whereas Emma Reyes has been an employee of Monterey County in the Assessors Department for 30 years, having been hired on August 21st, 1989 as a data entry operator by Information Technology Department. On April 30th, 1994, transferred to the Assessor's Office on May 12th, 1997. After leaving Monterey County for 2 years, she realized where her home was. She was rehired as a clerk typist 2, promoted to account clerk on February 26, 2000, promoted to secretary on November 29, 2003, and promoted to administrative services officer on December 14, 2014. Whereas during her long years of service, Ms. Reyes earned the admiration and respect of her coworkers, members of the local community, and the citizens of Monterey County through service performed as an exemplary fashion. Whereas Ms. Reyes has been an active member of the California Assessors Administrative Services Association during her 30 years of career with the Monterey County Assessor's Office. Her hard work, dedication, and knowledge have been an asset to the county, and she is recognized as a matter expert with Prop 60 and Prop 19 base share value transfers. Whereas Ms. Reyes' reliability and expertise will be sorely missed, her dedication and quality of work has established a benchmark by which those who follow will be measured. So that's a lot of words there, but from my heart, you know, you see people like Steve and Marina and Emma and all the people that are here with us today, you know, because they care very much for this lady. And the reason they care very much for her, she set a tone in our office. She, you know, like so many of us that are here today, she is a true dedicated public servant that really believed what she was doing had an impact on those that we serve. And like I said, Steve comes back after all those years that he's been gone, and I'm retiring at the end of this year and turning over the assessorship and clerk recorder to Marina, but I'm not going away. And all of us believe very much in the county of Monterey and the things we do. And Emma was such a big part of the team, and we hated to see her go, but we're happy for her now that she's retired. And I'm going to turn this over to Marina and ask her to say a few words as well.
Thank you. Well, I worked with Emma for 30 years, but about 20 years together. We kind of went through some growing pains. We got promoted around the same time. We took our job serious and grew with it and actually did the best that we could. And Emma, I have to say, has been not only a great employee, but also a good mentor for many, and then also a good team player in many different situations, and more notably the pandemic, where we worked extremely hard to make sure that the work environment was safe for those that remain in the office who could not telework, but also extending the assistance to the public, continue the operational needs with hopefully unaffected, but nevertheless, she's also been a great friend and also a coworker as well. So we will miss her. We miss her. It was bittersweet, but hopefully she's enjoying her retirement. Congratulations. So I'll pass it to Steve Cagle.
I wasn't going to say a word. What a delight, though. What a delight working with her for, I guess it was 30 years. Goodness. You know, never a cross word, although we did have our ups and downs, I guess, especially when the time what was it, ESS came online back in whenever it was.
I was processing payroll and I was always after Steve. Steve, your time card, your time card.
And invariably it was wrong or something. So anyway, she found, anyway, long story short, what a delight. I know Marina will miss her. I know the office will miss her. So, but guess what? She will not miss this, I'm sure.
Thank you, Steve. I want to say thank you to the board for having me. Thank you very much. And thank you to Monterey County for my livelihood. It's been a great pleasure working at the assessor's office, and I started with IT, but the assessor's office was really my home where I grew and promoted, and I was able, it's a blessing. So I thank God for that too. And I thank my family for coming and my coworkers, and for the people in the audience. I thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations again, Ms. Reyes. Our next ceremonial resolution is going to be presented to Roxanne Wilson for her dedicated service to the most vulnerable residents of Monterey County, and it will be presented by Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not a retirement, but this is a celebration of transitions between different chapters in this person's life. Everyone, I'm very honored to take this opportunity to recognize one of our Monterey County community heroes, somebody who just finished her role as the Executive Director of the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers, where she has really led through the most challenging of times, taking care of Monterey County's most vulnerable residents, are homeless. And that includes children, mothers, it includes elderly, includes people of all ages and all backgrounds. She's this week or a few days ago, she started her new role with Monterey County. So I just want to read some of this resolution that the board has just approved. Roxanne Wilson was born in Salinas and was raised in Seaside. She attended Seaside High School and graduated from Monterey Peninsula College. Having experienced homelessness herself, Roxanne Wilson's firsthand knowledge of the gaps in the homeless response system drove her to join the fight to uplift Monterey County's most vulnerable families and individuals. She started her employment with the Community Homeless Solutions and the Central Coast HIV and AIDS Services back in 2011. And then she joined Catholic Charities and the Diocese of Monterey in 2013, where she gained an understanding of how systemic issues exacerbate the poverty experienced by marginalized populations. In 2019, she became the Continuum of Care Program Manager, and then later assumed the role as its Executive Officer in March 2020. She has fought for the equitable access to testing, vaccines, lodging for persons experiencing homelessness, and she coordinated impactful collaborations like Project Roomkey, Vaccination Task Force, and the release of the Lead Me Home 5-year plan to reduce homelessness in Monterey County by 50%. She is a woman of faith and a single mom of 3 wonderful children. Her life experiences have been a driving force for change, and she is excited to take the next step in her upcoming role, or her new role, as the County Homeless Services Director. So we want to welcome her and congratulate her on all the great work you have done so far, and much more that you will do, Roxanne. So I want to present this resolution from the Board of Supervisors, and we'd love to hear some role, and this is a perfect opportunity to introduce her in her new role, now working for the Monterey County family.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Alejo, and thank you so much for the partnership that we shared at the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers. For those of you guys who do not know, Supervisor Alejo chairs the Leadership Council, which I lovingly call one of my very many masters. So we have done a lot of work together, and I also would like to thank Supervisor Askew for also supporting the work of the coalition when I was there, and all of the board, Charles McKee and Nick Chulos, for trusting me to take on this role at the county. I do not take it lightly at all. I take it extremely serious. And for all of those who are in this room right now or watching, I can't wait for the next steps, because we have a lot of work to continue doing. Thank you.
Oh, one more.
Congratulations, Roxanne, and welcome to the fold. The next presentation is to adopt a resolution proclaiming July 17th to the 23rd as Probation Services Week for Monterey County. And it's my honor to get to present this to Chief Todd Keating. Well, isn't this nice? I think all of us understand, not all of us, but many of us understand the importance of the work of probation services throughout Monterey County. And it's nice to have someone who is as dedicated as you to be heading us up. So I'm happy to read all of the whereases, but perhaps you would just as soon say a few things on your own.
Thank you, Chair Adams and members of the board. I just want to thank you for this resolution recognizing this week as Probation Services Week. And I want to acknowledge all of my colleagues, several of whom are out here in the audience today, who work hard every single day to really try to make a difference in someone's life and create accountability through opportunity. And I won't bore with you all these whereases, but one more announcement: the Little Hat Barbecue is back after a 2-year hiatus tomorrow. So if you all are welcome to join us, it's behind the juvenile building at the Natividad site.
Thank you so much. And maybe I'll just read a couple of the whereases just to sort of honor everyone since everyone's here today. Thank you. So we'll just say that whereas the probation is an essential component of the criminal justice system and provides offenders with pathways to productive, successful, and law-abiding futures. That unto itself is quite a mouthful. All of the prevention and diversion strategies to deter youth from entering the juvenile justice system is what probation applies and offers access to services and programs which provide healthy, pro-social opportunities for growth. Probation staff works in partnership with the courts and the county justice partners, local law enforcement agencies, schools, community-based organizations to provide public safety services to the community, rehabilitative programs to offenders, and restitution to victims. Probation is focused on helping justice-involved individuals transition out of the system permanently through transformative and evidence-based rehabilitation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Monterey, on behalf of the county and all of the residents thereof, hereby declares its salute to the Probation Department and its support of Probation Services Week, July 17 to 23. Congratulations.
Thank you. If I can get my all probation staff to please stand up and take a bow. Or actually, okay, everybody want to come up and we'll take a quick picture. Chop, chop.
I opened a huge can of, I was going to say worms, but I think I'll say heroes. Come on, yes, of course. I think that's probably something you've done all your life. I hope I'm not embarrassing you. A lot of room here. Come on in. There's room for more. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you for being. Well, that was refreshing. Okay, so moving forward now, we will go to appointments. We have 3 appointments today, and I would like to see if there's any member of the board who wants to make comments on the appointments. Thank you. And is there any member of the public who would like to make comments on the appointments? Seeing no hands raised, thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. If we could please have a roll call vote. Sorry.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. We'll now move forward to the consent calendar. We have items number 20 to 48. Is there any member of the board who would like to pull any item for either questions or comment? Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Askew, and Supervisor Phillips?
No.
Supervisor Lopez?
None.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, then I'd like to see if there's any member of the public who would like to pull any item under the consent calendar or make comments. Are we seeing anything?
No.
Thank you very much. There are no comments. We have a motion by Supervisor Alejo, second by Supervisor Askew. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. With that, we will go to our scheduled matters, and it is the appropriate time for County Council to make her remarks. We're moving now into, oh, sorry, you're absolutely correct. Sorry, I'm asking for public comment at this point. I'm not seeing anyone in the chambers coming forward. Is there anyone who has a hand raised online? Oh, yes, sorry, so sorry. You're doing both, raising hand and being here. Please come forward to make your comments. Thank you. Takes a village sometimes.
My name is McGregor Eddie, and I submitted my comment to the clerk of the board to come under public comment on things not on the agenda.
Yes,
Is this the correct time?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. What my request is, and it's particularly addressed at my own supervisor, Mr. Alejo, is that there was an important policy decision passed here on June 7th. I was not here and did not notice it, and that is entirely my fault. So there was a chance for the public to comment. The item was the report on the use of military equipment by our Monterey County sheriffs to the board in compliance with Bill 481. It was my mistake not to have noticed it. It was election day. I missed it. I am asking my supervisor Alejo, in the spirit of 481, is building trust between the community and our law enforcement. And part of that trust is transparency and knowledge and a chance to ask, what is this? And what is it used for? Do our neighboring counties have them? How do just some ordinary questions, some of which some of the supervisors asked. And I'm sure your staff could gather some of this data. I would like to introduce some of the Constitutional Project's finding on use of military equipment, that it creates a culture of different expectations and decreased trust. So in the interest of openness and trust, and acknowledging that you correctly placed it on the agenda and correctly left time for us to comment, and we didn't, we're completely wrong. I'm requesting that you, in the interest of transparency, reopen it so there can be proper insight, discussion, research, and thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Eddy. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to comment on anything not on today's agenda? Seeing no one in chambers, and one hand is raised. If you can please press *6 to unmute yourself.
This is Nina Beatty. As of July 8th this year, the CDC reports 1,341,000 adverse events following COVID-19 vaccines including 29,460 deaths and 243,000 serious injuries since December 14th. This is underreported by 41 times to 100 times, according to studies. Doctors who know about this damage are scared to report injuries or deaths, and likely the higher number. By the end of June, the European Medicines Agency reported 46,160 deaths and over 4 million injuries following COVID vaccines. With underreporting, this could be a combined 7.5 million deaths and 594 million injuries by the end of June. The U.S. is refusing to release other databases despite FOIA requests. The CDC admits in a FOIA response it never analyzed VAERS reports for safety signals, which it's supposed to do. It's called proportional reporting radios. The CDC wrote no PPRs were conducted by CDC, and data mining is, quote, outside the agency's purview. So they're not looking at these reports. 20% of the deaths are due to cardiac disorders, but the CDC is excluding myocarditis definition. Any cardiac arrest, ischemic strokes, or deaths due to heart problems that occur before someone goes to the emergency department. Infants and toddlers are having seizures and hallucinations following vaccination. Children are having myocarditis. Non-COVID deaths are rising, and insurance companies are reporting an unprecedented increase, up to 40% increase in mortality. And this has shifted. In the UK, they've noted the deaths have shifted from respiratory from COVID to cardiac, and deaths are coming from a younger group. Uruguay just ordered Pfizer and government officials to produce vaccine docs, which the government refused to on confidentiality. So the judge suspended vaccinating children under 13. Pfizer docs revealed deaths and injury during trials that were mischaracterized. Stop the vaccination program now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Beatty, for your comments today. Are there any other members of the public who wish to comment on items not on today's agenda?
There are no more.
No, we're not seeing any additional hands raised, so I'm going to close general public comments, and I'm going to open scheduled matters and look to County Council for her remarks.
Thank you, Chair. I've been asked to review parliamentary procedures for supervisor debate of items under our current policies and procedures. Currently, under Robert's rules, a legislative body member may speak to an item under debate only twice before the vote is called, and members may not yield an additional opportunity to speak to another member. The general procedures are as follows. The chairperson asks the board if the members wish to speak on an item. The chairperson calls on members in order that they have been recognized. The members speak to the item once, or a member yields the floor. Once a member yields the floor, that member has spoken for the first time. The chairperson continues the process. Although a member has spoken once already, may not be recognized until all other members have been given the opportunity to speak. Once all members have been given the opportunity to speak once, the chairperson shall inquire if the members wish to speak a second time. Once all members have spoken twice to the item or have decided or have declined further debate, a vote on a motion that has been seconded is in order. So essentially, board members may speak twice on any item that's before the board for debate. Obviously, the board can, in its discretion later on, change these procedures, but that is what is in place at this time. Are there any questions concerning that process?
Seeing none, we will move forward. Thank you very much for your role. And now we will move forward to item number 11, which is to receive a presentation on the San Mateo County 21 Elements Initiative and discuss and provide direction regarding a similar initiative for the County of Monterey. And with us, we have this morning, Darby Marshall. our Housing Program Manager.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, Darby Marshall. I am the Housing Program Manager working out of class. Today, we're here to present to you an initiative that came out of San Mateo County called 21 Elements. The name refers to the 21 participating agencies in San Mateo County that have come together for this program. In a few minutes, I will be introducing a couple of other folks. As Supervisor Adam has mentioned, today we're asking you to receive a presentation on the program and provide direction to staff on possibly exploring the opportunities such a program may have here, including working with the cities and TAMC. This item came to the staff's attention through the Housing Advisory Committee, who had asked staff to look into it, delivered a report. The Housing Advisory Committee thought that it was a worthwhile endeavor and suggested that we bring it to the full Board of Supervisors. Basically, what this does is it allows, the 21 Elements allows the jurisdictions in San Mateo County to quickly assess potential impacts and communicate with each other. Give me just a second. I'd like to introduce Guido Pescone, who is the Community Development Director with the City of Marina. He joins us from San Mateo County formally. And then we also have Joshua from Baird, Driscoll, and Adams, the consulting firm that has run the 21 Elements for San Mateo County since its initiation in 2006. So with that, I will turn it over to Joshua. Joshua?
Joshua, you should be able to speak now. If you're muted, please press *6 to unmute yourself if you're on phone, or just hit your key.
Great. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, thank you so much. We can hear you well.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm really excited to be here. Again, my name is Josh Abrams, and I'm a principal at Baird Driscoll Abrams Community Planning, and I've staffed 21 Elements for the past 14 years since its inception. And if I'm being candid, it's actually the most meaningful project I've worked on in my professional life. It's made a huge difference in getting housing in San Mateo County. You can do the next slide. 21 Elements is a collaboration of all of the jurisdictions in San Mateo County to improve housing planning and support implementation with the goals of saving jurisdictions time and money to better meet our collective needs. We've won 3 best practice awards, and the guiding principle, I think this is really important, is we're not advocates. We don't push for any particular policy. We're professional housing data and policy experts, and we support cities in whatever policy they want to do. But if a city isn't interested in doing a policy, that's totally fine. We make no effort to advocate for a particular policy. We're always super focused on saving jurisdictions time and money. We know jurisdictions staff are super busy, budgets are super tight. So we're always looking for products and opportunities to help them do better work, help staff do their jobs better and at lower resources. And then the third is again, it's always, we understand we're operating in an environment of local control. We know that local jurisdictions are the ones that may have financial and land use authority. So we'll do things like we'll collect a request for proposals, an RFP, or we'll ghostwrite a staff report about relevant topics, produce PowerPoints that jurisdictions can use. And then if jurisdictions find it helpful, they'll use them. And if they don't, they'll edit them or use them. And if they don't find it helpful, then they won't. They won't work on that product, whatever it is. And I'll say that actually 21 Elements is most useful for the smaller jurisdictions. The larger ones have more in-house expertise about housing, and the smaller ones have more generalist planners. And it's really helpful for them to have someone to call on if they have a question about state laws, or somewhere to go to get a little head start on working on staff reports. Next slide. I could go on. Housing elements are a really great example of where there's opportunities to collaborate. I could go on about each part of the housing element. I'm just going to use the outreach section as an example. And again, our focus here was really, how do we make housing elements better? How do we support jurisdictions as they do their work? And how do we cut down the cost? So one thing we did, I think it's a great example, is we organized listening sessions where we brought together a bunch of stakeholders. It might have been service providers in one case, or developers or nonprofit developers in another, had all of the cities together in a room virtually, and had whatever that stakeholder was, that stakeholder group present. A lot of the stakeholders worked in multiple jurisdictions, so it's easier for them to present to all the jurisdictions at once. And a lot of the jurisdictions, it's just really time intensive to gather together all the people to hear them. We also organized kickoff meetings. We had a bunch of jurisdictions group. They started together about a general presentation. This is for the public about what a housing element is. And then they went into breakout rooms by jurisdiction. As housing elements went along, it's harder to do common meetings, but the kickoff is a real nice opportunity. And then one last thing to highlight is the equity advisory group. We had a 15-member paid equity advisory group for jurisdictions to use as they saw fit. And the jurisdictions, a number of them went to the equity advisory group and said, here's what we're considering in our housing element. Do you have comments? Do you have suggestions? We just had our first jurisdiction get their comments back from HCD. HCD had no additional requests for doing more outreach. They had a request to make sure you summarize the outreach and talk about how it's incorporated. But HCD signed off on the approach, and compared to Southern California, where most jurisdictions got sent back to do more outreach to targeted populations, the first San Mateo city is going through pretty smoothly. Okay, next slide. It's a little too early to talk about this current housing element cycle, but looking back, 100% of the jurisdictions in San Mateo County participated, 100% were certified on time, and all of them that we surveyed agreed that 21 elements saved them resources. Next slide. Just thinking about beyond housing elements, we did a lot of work on accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, second units as they were called back then. We made this is a workbook that jurisdictions can give out to people interested in building an ADU, that goes over the different rules in the different cities, that talks about when you go to talk with your city, here's some questions to ask. When you're ready to submit, here's what you should include. When you're going to hire an architect, here's some questions to ask. Here's the difference between modular and stick built, kind of everything you needed all in one place. And again, it was too expensive a product, too big a product, too much work went into it for any one of the small size jurisdictions we work with. But by pooling their resources, we can do really nice work together. Next slide. We also have a website, a bunch of video testimonials of people who built ADUs, a calculator to look at what it might cost and what the return on investment of the rents might be. Again, a lot of these are cities with 20,000 people, 5,000 people, 30,000 people, and they wouldn't have the resources to develop these materials on their own. Next slide. Just leave you with a couple of final words. I'll give everyone just a second to read some of the quotes we've collected. And then I'll just say that my final words, the concept of collaborating about housing policy is definitely it's popular right now because there's so many new state laws. The ABAG used some of their money, their REAP money, their grant money from the state to expand 21 elements to all of the counties in the Bay Area. So now all the counties are going to or have similar ones. And we just got a shout out from a grand jury report in Marin County encouraging Marin to do more of 21 Elements type activities. So I'm going to turn it over to Guido, who was there for many of the years for 21 Elements.
Hi, my name is Guido Persco. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
My name is Guido. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Marina. In a previous job, I was the Planning Manager for the City of East Palo Alto, which was a member of the 21 Elements group. So I'm really just going to speak from my own experience working with 21 Elements. As everyone's aware, in 2018, 2017, there were about 21 different housing bills that got adopted, and my phone was ringing off the hook. We had a very small staff in East Palo Alto. And so having the 21 Elements group there was a real key to be able to explain to the city council, to residents, to different housing stakeholders, what the laws meant for that city, how we were going to implement them. For the ADUs, we did triple the number of ADUs that we approved because of all the great handouts and forms we were able to share. And really just having a forum to share different policies that were going up and down the county. For this county, I would say for the Board of Supervisors and your constituents, having a regional approach to housing makes sense. Housing is a regional problem. The 21 Elements group provides that forum by which to provide regional solutions to regional problems. And then specifically in terms of your constituents, if a city has a certified housing element, cities are eligible for Safe Routes to School funds, and they're also eligible for active transportation program, state transportation funds. So working with the 21 Elements group and having a certified housing element directly impacts your constituents for housing, but also for additional funds related to making schools routes safer, as well as ensuring that our roads are safe for local residents. So I had a great experience working with the 21 Elements group. Josh is known up and down the Bay Area, and hopefully with the county's support, we can kick this off here in this county. So.
Thank you very much for your remarks.
So today we're looking for guidance on whether the board is interested in having staff contact the jurisdictions and start to measure the level of interest among them and start trying to establish a degree of urgency around this. We are just now starting the housing element process, so this may be a little late for the 6th cycle, but it would certainly help us moving forward to start getting these discussions going. Again, today we just ask you to receive the presentation and provide direction to staff on whether or not you're looking for us to continue this outreach and start trying to work with the cities and possibly TAMC as well.
Thank you very much. Let me check with my supervisors and we'll go first with those present. Yes, Supervisor Rudescu.
Thank you so much, Darby, for the presentation and bringing together some folks who are able to share some more information. I want to start by thanking the Housing Advisory Committee. I think this is exactly the kind of advice and recommendations generated from our advisory committees. So I know this has been something they've talked about. I've had extensive conversations with members of the Housing Advisory Committee, and so want to acknowledge the work that they've done to bring this recommendation forward to this board. I have 5 cities within District 4. Much of my jurisdiction is within incorporated cities, and the discussions around housing are complicated because you do have so many jurisdictions all working to try to align their efforts. I've been very interested in understanding and learning more about 21 Elements. I think it could be incredibly beneficial to explore the ways in which we work together with our 12 cities, the county, TMZ, here in Monterey County. We have a housing crisis. We know that this is a priority that's been expressed by our board, by the community that we represent. And I think it's a great recommendation that we should pursue in engaging with the mayors and possibly even as board members, speaking with our cities within our jurisdiction so that we can identify how we can best coordinate our efforts and move forward in a collective, effective manner. So I would like to support or provide the direction and support the recommendation that we explore this, that we meet with the mayors. If you could let us know when that meeting is scheduled to occur, I would like to make some calls in advance. And I would like to ask that we, if my colleagues concur, that we proceed to engage in exploring this, that we return to the board in 3 months with a progress update. I think this is a great recommendation, again, brought forward by one of our advisory councils that we ask to help us make good policy decisions here as a board of supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Radescu. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, and I would concur with my colleagues' comments here on this. Just a question though. Obviously, there's some interest with our timing for staff as we embark on our next round of our housing element. But how does that align with the housing elements from the 12 cities in Monterey County? Each is on its own timeline, and how would we gauge their interest so that they see this as beneficial to them as well?
So yes, each jurisdiction is on its own timeline, but we all have to submit at the same time.
Got it.
So there will be some opportunity to coordinate. Again, because, for example, the county has already issued an RFP to select a consultant to help prepare ours. This may not help so much with the 6th cycle housing element, but it will certainly help lay the groundwork for making the 7th cycle element much easier and hopefully move through the process faster. Depending on how fast we can move forward, we may be able to take advantage of some of the experiences that they've had in San Mateo County and bring them into the development of the 6th cycle housing element for the county and the cities. But that's part of what we're going to have to look at with the cities, where they are in their processes and what opportunities for alignment there are preparing the 6th cycle housing element.
Great. Well, I look forward to us learning from what San Mateo County did and really trying to shape it to fit Monterey County's need. Knowing that housing is such a crisis within our county, I think it's incumbent upon us to try to look at other strategies that might help facilitate more work getting done in all the jurisdictions throughout our county. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We did take this up at I think it's now 3H SC committee. So appreciate getting another look at this and continue to believe that that is the right place to continue the work if that's the decision made by this board. My only concern is staffing. I mean, we've given a lot of direction that has not yet come to fruition. I'm thinking about our ADU policy, and I'm just worried that we're stacking on more work without having achieved what we set out to do. And so if we're broadening and saying, now here's even more work, go work with more people to have conversations, I'm just concerned. I know one of the big requests from this board was to create a bank of ADU pre-approved models, and we have not seen that yet. And so we're in this place where we're low on staff, especially on the planning side. We're out hiring and recruiting constantly at this point from everything we're seeing, and yet we're wanting to go take on more work. So I am concerned about whether or not this is the appropriate time. I think the work is relevant and necessary. We need to be collaborating, but if we can't take care of our shop to start, I'm concerned about taking on additional challenges at this point. But overall, I like the concept. I just am concerned about the time frame that we're in right now and whether or not it's the right point, given the fact that we're hearing it won't impact this next cycle, to jump into this with the current staffing levels. But overall, I think the work should continue through the appropriate committee, and look forward to continuing there if that's where the board chooses. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I concur. I think this is the way we have to go, and working with the cities. As we know, because they have the infrastructure, it has to be in and around the cities where most of our growth is going to occur. And I know out here in North County, we can't even, the Coastal Commission is telling us we can't even build ADUs in the coastal zone and north, which to me is ludicrous, but because of the water. So the infrastructure is critical and we got to work with the cities. So we're all moving in the right direction. So I share some of Supervisor Lopez's concern just about whether we have the internal infrastructure to keep moving forward on it. But I agree.
Thank you. I have some specific questions as well before we go out to the public. And thank you to the Housing Advisory Committee for bringing this forward. I think it's just really a great idea. Could you please clarify further how the program's organized and to kind of go up with what my colleagues were saying, who does the staffing, or is it done by consultants? And what agency would manage a program like this?
So right now, we would envision probably housing community development managing it. But one of the beauties of this is Joshua's organization does most of the staffing and the policy development and preparing documents for us to possibly use. So, you know, we're not drafting staff reports and materials for you. But I would ask Joshua or Guido to possibly weigh in as well.
Great, thank you for that. I'll go on with the rest of my questions. So, and what kind of agreement is needed? Would it have to be a JPA, or is it something less formal than that?
I would have to, I'm going to defer to Joshua on what they've used up there. But that would probably be one of the things that we would be discussing in evaluating the level of interest is how much do we want to get in lockstep with each other, whether it's an MOU or a JPA or something even more informal or more formal.
Great. Okay. And of course, we all went through this challenging arena process at AMBAG, which resulted in I don't know if it resulted, but we have a very high number of housing units that the county itself needs to plan for. And I cannot help but wonder if we would have come up with different numbers if we had had something like the 21 elements already in place at that time.
We may have had a different distribution of the numbers throughout the county. One of the things that 21 Elements was able to do was get the countywide allocation from ABAG and work with the cities to figure out how to equitably allocate it. But again, I would ask Joshua to weigh in on how that process worked for them.
Joshua, is it possible for you to respond?
Sure. Should I respond to all three or just the last one?
Let me ask my last question and then respond to all of them. And the last one, just given the short timeline to develop the housing element by the end of 2023, is it feasible for us to be able to work towards setting up a similar framework in our county while still moving forward with our housing element in parallel? And does that make any sense? So all of those, Joshua.
Great. Yeah. So no, I think the community development director's answers were really good. In terms of staffing time for 21 Elements, it's mostly staffed by consultants, by us or other people we will hire. It's probably 2 to 4 hours a month from the county's time. The county has the master contract. So there's a little bit of hours of supervision and budgeting when it comes up, but it's not a huge amount of time. Generally, I would say a joint powers authority is probably overkill to start with. Some point it might get there. If there's funding, if you're asking cities to all contribute funding, then there's probably a MOU, which is what San Mateo County signs. If funding's coming from an outside source, when 21 Elements started, there was no jurisdictions didn't even contribute for the first round of it. So all we did is to just ask for a verbal commitment from community development directors that they would put a staff person on it and work on it. So that I think that can vary. The RENA process, would it have been different? No, I think I agree that it would have probably the overall number would have been the same, but there was in San Mateo County a cycle ago a training and shifting to better meet the county needs. So that would be a possibility. And then I think there are some really good opportunities for housing elements. And one of the things we did is we just jointly hired one consultant to write all the AFFH sections of the affirmatively furthering fair housing sections of the housing element, which is a new complicated requirement in a lot of jurisdictions in Southern California, had a lot of trouble meeting those rules. So we jointly hired one consultant to write all of the sections, which in some cases look similar, in some cases have really different recommendations, depending on the needs of the jurisdiction. So I think that AFFH, I think there's other things that if we moved in the next month or so, we could tell whichever consultants have been hired to work on a housing element, don't work on the AFFH section or whatever sections make sense to collaborate on. So I think there are some really good opportunities.
So it's almost like 21 elements light, like what, 10 and a half elements or something like that. But so you do feel like we could move forward with some things that would be cost effective to all of the various partners in it.
That's
Even
right,
though we've got a short timeline.
Cost effective and also allow a better outreach and better housing elements, easier certification. Yep.
Great. And then in San Mateo County, did all of the big cities embrace this as well?
Yeah, all the cities participate. I would say in a 3-month cycle, we'll have 100% of cities participating in one of our meetings. In any given meeting, we have 80, well, during housing elements, 90+% of cities participating, and then they all contribute funding.
Great, good. Okay, thank you so much. Let me just go out to the public now, and I see we have one hand raised at this point, and that is Tyler Williamson.
Hi, thank you, Chair Adams. Give me 1 second here, my screen just shifted. Okay, as Chair of the Housing Advisory Committee, we unanimously supported this recommendation to move forward with a 21 elements like initiative in the County of Monterey as a means to help our region meet current and future housing element goals and to better access state and federal resources. This can be helpful to some of the municipalities in our county because they're so small that there's close to no support in leveraging resources that will lead our entire region to successful housing solutions. This can also help the larger agencies like the county, and just kind of linking this to Supervisor Lopez's concerns earlier about support needed for the already approved plans for ADU planning. The HAC's discussion on the topic was mindful of our unique housing needs in Monterey County, and while not wanting to duplicate what San Mateo does and how they do things, we also think it's prudent to leverage elements that have proven to be successful. We want to find a solution that works for Monterey County, and as stated in the staff presentation, saving time and money seem to fit that bill. And the great thing about today's vote is there's no cost to working with our partner jurisdictions in the county to see if this is something that can work for all of our communities. As an individual member, I support your presentation to the City Managers Association and encourage a timely notification to the board on when the presentation to the city managers will be held, as well as a timely progress report on the 21 elements like initiative implementation within Monterey County. The HAC is excited to work in partnership with the Board of Supervisors and the community at large to increase capacity in our region wherever possible in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. Are there any other hands raised at this point? Okay.
Allison Kerr.
Allison Kerr. Ms. Mayor, it's good to have you with us today.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. So I'm actually commenting as chair of the Mayor's Association, and I would welcome a presentation to all of the Monterey County mayors at your convenience. So whoever would like to reach out to me, we can make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Ms. Kerr. Is there anyone else with the hand raised?
There are no more hands raised.
Thank you so much. I'll bring it back to the board for final comment. Supervisor Rudascu?
Do we need an official motion to?
Yes, we do, if we want to provide direction.
All right,
Yes.
so I would move that we direct staff to continue exploring how we can implement something similar to the San Mateo County 21 element initiative here in Monterey County, specifically to reach out and meet with the City Managers Association and the Mayor's Association with presentations, letting the Board of Supervisors know when those meetings are scheduled, and to come back to the Board of Supervisors in 3 months with an update on the nature of the feedback we've received.
Thank you very much. And would you accept a friendly amendment to, I would just like to add the Transportation Agency for Monterey County and the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments to be included in that outreach.
Yep, absolutely.
Good. And the second? Good. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Phillips or Supervisor Lopez, any comments, further comments?
No,
Don't see hands raised. Okay, with that,
I did have a hand raised. My only question
I'm
was
sorry.
if we had a cost estimate. I think it was 1.1 million in San Mateo. Do we expect it to be the same here?
I think that that will have to be part of the discussion that we have with the cities and with the consulting firm. I think part of that is going to be driven by how much they can impact the sixth cycle housing element versus other policy initiatives. In San Mateo, the experience is that 1.1 is specifically high because of the housing element. In a normal year, I believe it's closer to 300,000 that is split between their congestion management agency and the county. So there's quite a bit of variability in what that cost might be, but we would, once we have a better sense of what the cities are interested in doing, we would sit down and work with the consulting team to come up with a better budget estimate, and then we could include that as part of the 90-day report.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
And then the only other question would be process here. Will we continue to work through the Triple H committee as it had been? I'm just wondering because direction is general, or is it coming back to the full board?
I would say bring it back to the full board, but at this point.
Okay.
Okay, any further questions before we bring it to a vote? Seeing none, could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Phillips,
aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Ruascu,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. This is a wonderful presentation. I'm delighted to see us move forward. I completely agree with the comments that have been made about regional solutions. It's the only way to go. Now, this is a very exciting time of our board meeting today and our upcoming year. And that is Supervisor Alejo is going to be introducing the Supervisor Alejo's Young Supervisors Program and the class of 2022. Mr. Alejo?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm very excited to have some, not all of this year's class 22 class of our Young Supervisors Program. And I first want to just acknowledge for them coming here. This is, I think, their first Board of Supervisors meeting, but I hope it's not their last. First of all, I want to acknowledge my staff, Javier Gomez and Jasmine Mejia, who are the program directors, and they oversee the daily operations and activities. The program concludes with a certificate of recognition and a letter of recommendation for the students, a month-long commitment and the completion of the program. This year, we are very honored to have 12 students in the program, and they attend Everett Alvarez High School, Salinas High, North Salinas, Alisal, Rancho San Juan, Palma, and even Monte Vista Christian School. The Young Supervisors Program is a 4-week-long program that is open to all high school and college students that reside or attend schools in Monterey County. And this program originally started in 2011, and it was previously known as the Young State Assembly Members Program. Since we started this program now, the City of Salinas has a Youth in Government program, and even State Assembly Member Robert Rivas and State Senator Ana Caballero have created similar programs. But it was created in order to provide the young people of Salinas and the surrounding areas with an opportunity to develop problem solving and skills, leadership and team building skills, and further comprehend the importance of both civic participation and higher education. The participants go on initial 2-day leadership development training to sharpen and learn their leadership skills. And at the end of the 4 weeks, the participants will be able to more effectively communicate with each other, have a background in community service and organization, while also understanding the legislative process and the workings of a county supervisor. The participants will also be able to refer to their time in the program and use that to work as work and volunteer experience. Furthermore, the Young Supervisors Program aims to spark an interest in young adults to become civically engaged and take part in the democratic process. This program is done free of charge, and it's also held here at the County Government Center. And we're proud that they are able to really learn a wide range of different, have a range of different workshops, but specifically, we really emphasize environmental research and coastal protection. And we also have a tour out in Monterey Bay, which we are attending tomorrow. And we also have a mock hearing on a county policy issue where they debate and we have a hearing in this very chamber. But most importantly, I want to just say that I'm proud to have this program because we know that as our young people, when they decide to attend a university or college, they're competing with thousands of other students. So I'm proud that this is a program where we could help enhance the resume, expose them to local government policy that many other students don't have an opportunity to attend. But we also follow the students as they go to college, as they finish, as they apply maybe to a master's program, a PhD, law school program. We're there all the way through. And anytime they want a letter of recommendation for a scholarship or for continuing their education, we're here to support those students. And it's been a privilege to be able to help so many local students be able to open doors that sometimes were shut to them because they engaged in this particular program. So I'm very excited. So I want to ask them just to stand, and then if we could give them a round of applause, the young supervisors of 2022. And thank you for participating. I know they're off to, they have a workshop at the Methodist Church down the street, and they're learning about some homelessness issues here facing Salinas residents also. So thank you very much for coming today. Linda, thank you for bringing them. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for being here today. I'm sure that all of you are going to benefit from this great experience, and keep your eyes and your ears open, and always be open to a career in county government.
I hope that they will come back maybe and be part of the county family in the future. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that item. We're now going to close the item and recess back to closed session, which will begin as soon as we convene. Thank you all very much for being with us this morning, and we'll see you at 1:30 when we will reconvene the regular board meeting.
Mic 5, mic 5. Mic 6, mic 6.
Clerk's mic.
Mic 10, mic 10.
Check in the bag, Luis.
Okay.
The little bag. right
Mic 11, mic 11.
Staff mic 1. Staff mic 2.
Mic 12, mic 12.
Okay. Podium mic.
Wireless mic 1.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for today, Tuesday, July 19th. Could we please have a roll call?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams and Root Askew appearing in person, and Supervisors Phillips, Lopez, and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Well, we have a wonderful afternoon of some very interesting presentations, and we're going to be looking at the response to the 2021-22 Monterey County Civil Grand Jury Final Report. And before we start in on our first item that we'll be taking up, I just want to give a very special thank you to the members of the grand jury, both for this year and the work that they've done on their report, but also to those who've served on grand juries in the past. Anyone who's had the opportunity and honor, honestly, to be able to do that knows that it's a labor of love, but it's also an absolutely wonderful opportunity to get to know a whole lot about your county and the myriad of things that the county does. So I thank you very much personally and professionally for the time and work that you have put into this work. And then also thank you to staff as well for the work that you've done in your response to the grand jury. So the first thing that we will take up will be the responses to Monterey County's cannabis industry up in smoke. And the way that we're going to be conducting our responses today is we will hear, there are 3 items that we're going to be discussing. And we'll hear after each one, we will have county, first of all, board comments, questions, and then we'll go out to the public for comments and questions. And we will do that for all 3, each one individually. So the first one we will be doing is the response to cannabis industry up in smoke. The second one will be the response to Monterey County's initial response to COVID-19 pandemic. And then the final one will be responses to public safety at what cost. So why don't we jump right in, and we will start with the responses to the Monterey County cannabis industry up in smoke segment of the Monterey County Civil Grand Jury Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that response will be handled by Joanne Iwamoto. Joanne, in her role as the Cannabis Program Manager, was the principal drafter of the responses that are before you today. Richard Vaughn from our Economic Development team also had some input into that, and there may be, if you have any questions, Richard could answer those. But Joanne's going to be the primary speaker, and I believe she's on the Zoom this afternoon. So,
excellent.
Thank you, Nick.
There she is.
There I am. Thank you, Nick. Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. The program also thanks the grand jury for being able to participate. The program agrees with 4 of the findings and partially agrees with 8 of the findings as presented in the report. I will speak to a few of them. Finding 5 speaks to the number of state provisional licenses.
Sure.
At the time of the writing, there were a total of 582 active state licenses. 66 were considered annual and 516 were provisional. Finding 6 identified the increase of cannabis staff allocations. The increase from 6 employees to 25.23 FTEs did not all occur in fiscal year 21-22. For that fiscal year, last year, 25.23 were allocated for cannabis-related work, while 2 FTEs were paid by commercial cannabis tax revenue, but their work was unrelated to cannabis. And finding 11 partially speaks to the number of jobs related to our commercial cannabis industry. As of July 2021, there were approximately 2,400 employees of cannabis-related businesses. The program did poll the industry for an updated count in March of this year, and at that time there were 2,200 employees. And the program will be working on the 3 recommendations. And that concludes our update.
Thank you very much. Do we want to go back to staff for any other additional staff for any other comment?
No additional comments from me, Madam Chair. I think if it's appropriate, the board members may have questions or the public may have questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So I'll come back to the board first. Supervisor Root Askew. Okay. And then I will go to my colleagues who are not with us today. First, Supervisor Phillips, do you have any questions or comments on this item?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
No comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo.
None. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, all I can say, Joanne, is that you got off the hook very easily because I don't have any comments either. So let's take it out to the public and see if there's anyone who has their hand raised to ask questions of this particular item. You see no hands raised for the public and no one in the audience is coming forward. So I will close that segment of our item today and move to our next one. And the next item is entitled Monterey County's Initial Response to COVID-19 Pandemic. And I see that we have Gary Millay here. And I think, will you be making the presentation for us today?
And Madam Chair, yes, Gary will make a part of the presentation. Elsa Jimenez, our health director. This was kind of a co-authored response from those two individuals. So I think Gary's going to start.
Great. Thank you so much. And I see Ms. Jimenez is in the audience. So that's just great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be doing the portion of the initial response to COVID-19 pandemic specific to the county's Emergency Operations Center response. And in summary, the civil grand jury had findings about two specific issues. The first was the use of, or the appropriate use of, the incident command system, and then more specifically SEMS, the State Emergency Management System. And then the second finding was about the communications from the EOC to the public. So regarding the first one, the incident command system and SEMS, the county did not agree with any of the findings of the civil grand jury, specifically because we use ICS and SEMS in all of our daily activities, as well as our planning process, as is written in the county's emergency operation plan that the board has approved in 2020. That is a standard mainstay for our operations to comply with ICS and SEMS, which is not only required by the federal government, but also by the state of California, of which we comply with. The second finding was the communications to the public, and specifically, they had a finding that we did not use the Alert Monterey County system appropriately for the pandemic. And we had a finding, our response was that we partially disagreed with that finding also because the Emergency Operations Center did use the Alert Monterey County. Initially, the form of, in the Nixle portion where we send out text messages to people that have opted into that service, we were sending those immediately to give updates, and we used the Alert Monterey County system as a general term to report a shelter-in-place order initially when the pandemic started. We quickly found that that was met with widespread public disdain, that they thought that was an overuse of that system. And so we then, for the majority of the pandemic, relied on other means of communication and messaging through both Nixle, all of our social media outlets. We partnered with the newly formed communications department of the county. We had joint information centers set up with all of the hospitals and our PIO, and we sent out daily and weekly updates to the public via those formats regarding any of the public messaging. In their recommendations, the civil grand jury recommended that the county use the Alert Monterey County system to communicate public health emergency information to county residents. And at this point, we do not feel that that's a warranted action because the information is being widely dispersed by other means. That system is reserved for more acute and imminent information that we need the public to act on, life-saving type actions. As an example, if we were ordering an evacuation of a certain area because of an incident, as evidenced by the Katrina incident in 2005, they had a hurricane just a couple weeks before that. And because of that, that hurricane did not pan out to be as imminent as they figured. And when Katrina hit, many of the emergency alert messages that went out in that area were ignored because they had what they called alert message fatigue. And we're very seriously trying to avoid that situation in the county. So we have many mechanisms for alerting the public. Alert Monterey County is just one of them. We did agree with the civil grand jury in the sense that we do need to have a campaign to improve subscription enrollment in Alert Monterey County, which we have improved each of my 6 years here, but it's still woefully short of our goals for the public. And that is all the report I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have Ms. Menace.
Good afternoon. As Assistant CAO Chulos indicated, I'm Elsa Jimenez, the Director of the County Health Department, and will be highlighting findings and recommendations applicable to the Health Department. I want to thank the 2021-2022 Civil Grand Jury for their interest in the county's initial response to the pandemic, and hopefully the only one we will have to experience in our lifetime. Findings 1 and 2 relate to the Health Department's response plan and actions we will take for addressing the needs of our community during a pandemic. The board disagrees and partially disagrees with these two findings respectively, as the Health Department does have an all hazards emergency operations plan that outlines the strategies and activities our department operations center or DOC would initiate in response to a public health emergency to ensure essential services continue to be delivered to our residents during a significant emergency or disaster. Findings 5 and 6 relate to the role the health department and health officer play during a public health emergency. The board partially disagrees and disagrees with these findings respectively. The health department is required to use the Standardized Emergency Management System or SEMS under the 2015 California Emergency Services Act to respond to emergency events. The department activated its DOC in response to the pandemic, with the health officer serving full-time as the DOC incident commander and the health director, or myself, serving as the command liaison. The department's DOC is still very much operational, with department staff serving in key roles. The board partially disagrees with finding 8, as the health department's DOC developed and disseminated public messages through a variety of social, television, print, and other media outlets that make written, closed captioning, and audio messages available for residents with hearing impairments. The board does acknowledge that the press briefings from the EOC did not include American Sign Language interpretation. Recommendation 3 has been partially implemented. The county health officer and some of our management staff did receive SEMS and ICS training prior to December of 2019. The department will continue to schedule trainings for other management staff as necessary. Recommendation 5 has also been partially implemented, and further updates to our department's infectious disease response plan will be made by June 30th, 2023, as indicated in the grand jury report. And recommendation 8 has also been implemented by the health department's all hazards emergency operation plan does outline the strategies and activities the DOC would initiate in response to a public health emergency. And lastly, recommendation 9 requires further analysis and discussion with area hospitals. The health department does have a long-standing working relationship with our area hospitals for safeguarding the public's health, and further strategies to ensure we're able to do this during a future emergency, in case of a future emergency, will be put in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Menace, and thank you, Mr. Mollet. And now I'll take it out to my board and see if anyone has any questions or comments. Supervisor Rudascu.
Thank you. Just a couple comments. I think this particular civil grand jury report was of particular interest, being that the pandemic affected everybody in every way and all government operations. And so much of the response did sit with the county, both the health department and the emergency operations sort of larger response. So I am grateful to the grand jury for taking this up and, looking into it and making some recommendations. And I will just, recognize that the responses that we have here, I think, are sufficient given the format of the civil grand jury process. But do want to be clear that the recommendations, I think, are are valuable in terms of how we as a board of supervisors and as a county move forward and plan for the future, both in terms of communications. We can always do better, and the feedback is valuable and is going to help us do better, is already helping us do better. The feedback about getting additional emergency operations center training for our cities, for our public partners, for our nonprofit partners. I think that's absolutely critical feedback for us to have. And I know that we're working towards achieving that locally. Things like the SEMS and the ICS process is kind of a foreign language if you're not in the middle of it. But in times of crisis and in times of disaster, it is critical that all of those who serve as disaster service workers, all those who are engaging with the county for emergency crisis response are familiar with that process and that structure. So I'm pleased to see and to say that we are committed to continuing to do that work and committed to ensuring that we as a community are resilient and prepared for disasters of any kind moving forward. And I'll just finally, in my comments, reference that we do have a broader after action report that the board has directed that Emergency Operations Center is working on. So just even going above and beyond what the required post-crisis evaluation and review of our systems, we're going to do more than that as a way to engage the broader community that worked with us so that we can continue learning and continue growing and continue building our systems to be resilient and responsive. So really appreciate this report, and we appreciate the staff who worked on the responses. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. And now I will start with District 1, Supervisor Alejo. Any questions or comments on this?
Yeah, I would just wanted to comment. I also appreciate the report and the work, but I was just by way of comment, I was kind of curious why they only looked at the first 30 or 60 days for pandemic that only happens once on average, so once every 100 years. So our counties hadn't had to deal with the pandemic of this magnitude and impact for a long time. So what happened in the initial 30 or 60 days does not tell the full story, because a lot of actions were taken ever since March. I think the first shelter in place order was on March 17, 2020. And when you're only looking at a very narrow, arbitrary scope of time, it doesn't really take into account everything that happened after that, because a lot of actions were taken to improve communication, to improve our protocols, to deploy resources, to divulge data to the public, and that data helped us target resources to the areas hardest hit by the pandemic. So just by comment, I would just say, I just don't know why an arbitrary 30 or 60 days was only looked at, when we really should have looked at what happened over the last 24 months plus of ongoing work to try to ameliorate the impact and devastation that this pandemic had on our communities, but certainly on a lot of lives lost. We take that with all due seriousness, and there's a lot of lessons to learn, obviously, for all counties. And certainly are looking at our own protocols, our own plans. I remember at one point in the early days, we did a whole contingency for a mass isolation, mass treatment centers at the fairgrounds, and we had a alternative potential site at the Marina Airport. All that changed because we soon learned that all the resources we spent on those contingency plans wasn't necessarily what we needed, and didn't get fully utilized. But nonetheless, we planned for many different types of scenarios, what we thought could happen, not having had a game plan in decades of what to do with this type of a pandemic. So I just wanted to comment on that, because I think that's fair for the public to know, and it's a fair criticism. Just looking at the first 30 or 60 days does not tell the full story of all the hard work and lessons learned and lessons reviewed and strategies done a different way as time went on. We learned a lot as we went on, but it's not fair to just look at a period of less than 2 months when this has been an ongoing effort up until this day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Alejo. And just quickly, I want to step in to say I so agree with you And we also had a lot of successes that happened after the first couple of months of,
For sure.
yeah. So thank you for addressing that. Okay, so now let's go to District 2, Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I too like to thank the civil grand jury. I mean, back in my day, we had the criminal grand jury as well as the civil grand jury, and now we just have the civil grand jury. But they really do bring some things and help focus on the discussion we're having here. But I felt our responses were to it were accurate and fair, and I agree with and if. You know, some people felt we were being too aggressive in what we were doing in response to this terrible COVID disease. Other people didn't think we were doing as much. In hindsight, and if we had it occurred again, I mean, we would have been moving, instead of saying all the field workers are essential, but without putting and getting some structure to keep them doing their job and healthy, we would have instituted the VETA project sooner and moved sooner than we did on it. So I tend to agree with Supervisor Aleo that the first 60 days, none of us has ever faced this, and in my lifetime, we've never seen anything quite like this on it. That I think we did pretty well, but it took us a while to get things rolling. And I think we probably do better if that ever happens. Hopefully, never will, but it ever happens again. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, obviously as chair during that period, I remember that window extremely well, and I don't ever wish to repeat it. We were quite literally building that plane in the air, and I know it's a phrase that never felt truer in my life than those very moments. And so looking back on it, I agree. I think cherry picking a certain window is extremely difficult. We did really well, in my opinion, as a community, as a county, especially in striking that balance for everybody who was looking for the information in any way. I think we tried not to do overkill. I remember those, as was pointed out by Gary, those calls that folks were saying, why is my phone ringing at 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. with this warning? You know, that's not the right way to use the system. You know, there's a lot of different challenges that we were dealing with in those moments, but I think the bigger victories that we came out of, including the large meetings that included most, if not all, elected officials in the county to get people on the same page as trusted messengers, the product that was VETA, which continues to assist our community in getting access to healthcare, the vaccination clinics, which focused on the folks we wanted to get access as quickly as possible to. By the end of the process, I think we truly were shining as a community, doing it the right way. And so my concern is that cherry picking up front's a little concerning, as we weren't able to carry those lessons into our response. But again, I understand and do appreciate the work of the grand jury in bringing this forward. I appreciate staff's work to put this response together. I think that this particular response is again in a narrow window, and I agree with my colleagues who have the comments about that particular window in time, but overall supportive of the response, and thank everybody for their work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. And I concur with the comments that were made by my colleagues, as well as the comment I made earlier that we had some successes, and I don't want us to lose sight of those as well as we think about everything that all of us went through during this unbelievably complex time. It did take us some time to sort of figure out what are we doing here. Just simple, just complex discussions about, do we close down the county buildings? You know, how are we going to do work? How will our population be able to continue to move forward with the things that they need from us? All of those things were very seriously addressed, and it was a really I think in some ways kind of a shocking time for all of us. So yeah, it only happens once every 100 years, I think someone said. Well, Let's hope that it doesn't happen for another couple of hundred years, that's for sure. So let's take it out to the public and see if there's anyone who wishes to make comment on this particular item on today's agenda. Are we seeing any hands raised?
I see no hands raised.
Okay, and is there anyone in chambers that wishes to comment on this item? Nope. Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. And going back to Mr. Chulos, we're now going to look at responses to public safety at what cost?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item has to do, as you know, with some escapes from the previous county jail, or the quote old jail, and communications over that operation and some other issues related to that. As an independently elected official, the sheriff is required to respond to the civil grand jury. He has a slightly different time frame than the board does. I believe it's a 60-day response window, and the county board has 90 days. So we obtained a copy of the sheriff's response, as you know from looking at the staff report. His June 21st letter to the presiding judge lays out the sheriff's office response to the civil grand jury. We carefully reviewed that response against the civil grand jury report and also discussed it internally. And I'll go through it in point by point, but we feel that there was a fair amount of the sheriff's response that as a staff, we felt was appropriate. And we would recommend to the board that be the Board of Supervisors response as well. In looking at the findings 1 through 5, and findings 7, 9, and 10, the staff recommends that the board agree with the sheriff's response in that case, and we lay that out in your staff report in terms of how that response would be framed. The sheriff deferred to the board in terms of finding 6 regarding the 911 dispatch center protocols for notification. The civil grand jury in the report noted that protocol had been updated and improved and was attached actually to the civil grand jury report, and we indicate that as well. So we feel that the finding about the 911 center updating their notification process, the board should agree with that finding. We disagree with the sheriff's response in terms of finding 8 about AB 1185, which, as you know, is the state law that allows the Board of Supervisors to create an oversight board or an inspector general function with regard to the sheriff's office. In our response there, we indicate that we feel that the board does have that authority, and we talk about a little more detail in the recommendation because there's a specific recommendation on that particular item. In looking at the recommendations, the first 3 recommendations regarding hiring consultants to perform various audits and that sort of thing regarding the security and motion detection systems, as well as notification practices. We agree with the sheriff's response as laid out in his June 21st letter. We feel that for a variety of reasons, those recommendations are not warranted. Regarding finding 4, which is the recommendation 4 rather regarding AB 1185, we state there that we recommend that the board indicate that requires further analysis. The reason we say that is that, as you know, when the board made the referral that we investigate 1185, we reported back to the board, and the decision at the board at that time was to defer action on the oversight board item until a new sheriff is seated. And we say that in the response to the civil grand jury. And then the last 2 items that are recommendations 5 and 6 have to do with funding for jail staffing and for patrol coverage. And there the sheriff deferred to the Board of Supervisors. And in our response there regarding recommendation 5, which states the board should approve funding for mandatory staffing at the jail each fiscal year. We disagree with that in the sense that we believe that the board does provide adequate funding for staffing at the county jail. So the term mandatory gave us concern. We felt that adequate funding was a more appropriate term. And then on recommendation 6 regarding providing funding for optimal patrol coverage, we indicate in our response, and we're recommending to you that the response be that the board already provides funding for patrol coverage, and that the term optimal is not defined in the civil grand jury report. The last two responses, R5 and R6, were coordinated with Mr. Vega from the budget office, and he provided input. He may be on the line today if there are any questions about that. But in summary, Madam Chair, that is our recommendation on the public safety report. As I said, there are a variety of points where we believe that the sheriff's response was appropriate. There are a couple of places where we disagree and point that out to the board and recommend some specific language for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chulos. And I will now go to Supervisor Rudascu.
And just a point of notice on the recommendation 4 regarding 1185. I think the statement here is correct that the board as a whole decided to wait until after we seat a new sheriff. Although I would prefer that we take the opportunity to consider pursuing 1185 given the civil grand jury recommendation.
Thank you for that. And now I will go to our remote supervisors, and I will start with Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just for the record, I don't agree with the sheriff's response in terms of the use of technology. I mean, we are the innovation capital of the world, and we're only an hour, 45 minutes away from Silicon Valley. To have jail escapes when we have very inexpensive, high-tech, high-resolution cameras, it just astounds me that we're somehow resisting that recommendation when it probably could have helped alert our jail staff that they were inmates in areas that they shouldn't have been before they jumped the fence, before they got out into the streets. And so that is certainly not my position. I think we should be using that technology. It's very little in terms of dollars, but it probably could have caught those individuals with motion sensors, with the video going into those areas once they were in those prohibited areas after scaling the fence. And certainly, I think there's no question it could have been a helpful tool to capture them, and we didn't have to wait until a community resident alerted the sheriff's department that their inmates had escaped. If we can't reflect and reassess and see how we could better incorporate technology to prevent this from happening again, then it's like we haven't learned anything. And similarly with alerting the public, we're lucky that this incident did not turn out worse. Those inmates could have ran into the nearby neighborhood, could have entered a home, and things could have got a lot worse. And I think the public has a right to know that when these incidents do occur, when there is inmates out on the loose, potentially in their neighborhood, they should be alerted that there are some inmates on the loose. And we do have the Nixle technology that alerts the public when there is a road closed or when there's an incident happening in a particular area of our community. There's no reason why we shouldn't be using that technology to alert the public, who can be our eyes and ears, who if they see suspicious individuals running through their neighborhood, they could alert law enforcement that the people they're looking for had just ran across their street. So I want us to, I hope that this is one of those examples where they are very reasonable recommendations, and that we're not just saying they're not merited, but rather let's see how we can incorporate that to prevent another jailbreak. We had 3 inmates escape within, I think, 18 months. And if we're not analyzing and incorporating the advice and recommendations, then we're bound to repeat them again. The only other, there was one more area. Oh, I was glad that our 911 dispatchers changed their protocols, because there was a call made by another heroic citizen who did see a person who described a person who looked like he had just he looked like an inmate, and the person described him as somebody that might have just escaped the jail. That was called in to 911, and then a Salinas police officer was alerted and went and patrolled trying to find the person with that description, couldn't find them, and then there was a breakdown in communication because when that call was made and when a patrol officer was deployed, there was no call made to the sheriff's department to alert them at that point in time that a person who looked like an escaped inmate, that somebody had called that made that call in. I mean, that could have potentially alerted the sheriff sooner, and not having to wait till that call came later about an escaped inmate in South County. So it's a lot of lessons to be learned here. And I hope that this doesn't happen in the future and that the mistakes made here, I hope that they are not repeated again. But I think there was a lot of useful information, and I hope our sheriff's department does look to try to see where it can improve and better utilize technology to prevent this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips.
I don't really have much to add. Obviously, we have a new jail now, and hopefully that will help deter any future escapes. But I got to say, I've been in this county 51 years in law enforcement and connected with the county, and from time to time, it's going to happen. You're going to have someone escape. It's not ideal. It's not great, but it happens. And it happens from our state prisons too. And so there's sometimes human error, and they make a mistake, as happened in this event. So it's not ideal, but it happens. So hopefully the focus that was put on this by the grand jury and Supervisor Alejo will make the sheriff's department more vigilant and improve things even more. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez.
No additional comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate very much the grand jury looking at the civil grand jury looking into this item as well. And I certainly approve the response. So let's take it out to the public and see if there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on this part of our agenda. I'm seeing no one in chambers coming forward, but I do see that we have one hand raised, and that is Eloise Shim. Ms. Shim, if you are ready to comment, just press *6 to unmute yourself if you're on your phone, or press the unmute button on your computer.
Okay, this is Eloise Shim. Can you hear my
Yes,
mic?
I can hear you just
Okay.
fine. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I wanted to comment about the public is already critical of law enforcement funding and expanding military and technological tactics in that realm, and wish to have more funding for the growing number of poverty-stricken and homeless individuals, rather than propping up the cannabis industry, which has been classified as a production glut and self-described as having a saturation market. The three main topics in the grand jury report emphasized the need for more attention to be paid to the growing social ills brought about by drug addiction. Media outlets were reporting teen deaths because of fentanyl in 2019, and the federal agencies have recently been called upon to investigate drug trafficking in Monterey County because of the ultimate untimely early deaths of youth. So please do not turn a blind eye or conveniently look away from the tolerance for drugs among youth. They are our future and deserve to have leadership which will put their foot down to the growing drug acculturation instead of promoting a foothold in the cannabis industry to maximize revenues for the business owners. Thank you.
Thank you for your perspective, Ms. Shim. I do not see any other hands raised, and I do not see anyone coming forward. So I will come back to you, Mr. Chulos, for any other further comments.
No further comments, Madam Chair. We're ready for your action this afternoon.
Very much. And with that, we are going to consider approval of the response to the 2021 grand jury civil grand jury report and authorize the county administrative officer to submit the approved response to the presiding judge of the Superior Court, County of Monterey by August 10th, 2022. And I'm happy to make a motion that to that effect. Could I get a second? Second to the motion. Thank you very much, Supervisor Phillips. So we have a motion and a second. If I could please get a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much for that. Thank you so much,
you.
Mr. Chulos. And with that, we will close the response to the civil grand jury report and move forward to item number 14. And this is to direct the creation of a patient-centered, unified, and sustainable Monterey County health system. Direct the director of the health department, the CEO of Natividad, the county administrative officer, the assistant CAO to form the Monterey County Unified Planning Committee. And we will create and appoint 2 members of the Board of Supervisors to this committee and direct the committee to report regularly to the ad hoc committee of the Board of Supervisors for further direction. And with that, I happily turn it over to Mr. McKee, Dr. Harris, and Ms. Jimenez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm really happy to have this item come before the board. It's something that has been kind of a long time making here in Monterey County to find the best approach to working together and collaboratively across the various departments that provide healthcare services in our county. And I'm happy to have Dr. Harris and Elsa Jimenez be the real leaders of this effort. And I'm going to turn it over to them to start the presentation. I think, Dr. Harris, I think you have the PowerPoint. You're going to run that, correct?
I am.
Would you like me to keep talking while you get it up?
I am getting it up. There we are. So good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors and of course the public. My name is Chad Harris. I am the CEO of Natividad, and I am joined by my colleague, Elsa Jimenez, the Director of Health, and our CAO, Charles McKee, to present a recommendation to you all on the Monterey County Health System alignment and integration. So first, I'd like to go over the agenda. We'll go over just general introductions and context. We'll bring to you a recommendation and request for direction. We'll talk about why this is important and the vision of an integrated system and the path forward. And of course, time for discussion for you all to consider the recommendation and request. So to review our recommendation and to start, there are 3 core items of recommendations. First, direct the director of the health department, the CEO of Natividad, and the county administrative officer to work in partnership to build an integrated health system. The second item is to create an ad hoc committee to provide guidance to this process. Noting to date, we've been working with Supervisor Lopez, who is also on the Board of Trustees of Natividad, and Supervisor Root Askew, who is also on the CCAH board with both myself and Elsa, and has been guiding this process to date. The third item, to direct an internal leadership group called the Monterey County Unified Planning Committee to report regularly to the ad hoc committee of the Board of Supervisors. And With that, the NCUP would consist of the health department director, the CAO, the Natividad CEO, and the assistant CAO. The MCUP would organize the necessary approach, oversee prioritization, initial work areas, and potentially serve as a precursor entity to the integrated health system. Why is this important? So national, state, and local trends are pushing payers and providers towards higher levels of coordination, and performance and system integration are ultimately keys to success. Little context. So if we think nationally of renowned systems, Mayo Clinic, Cleveland Clinic, a little more regionally, Sutter, Kaiser, these systems have really robust integrated systems. Thinking to our colleagues in the California Association of Public Hospital Systems, there are 21, including the University of California systems and other counties with other hospitals and clinics within their system. We are one of the last remaining health systems that is not truly integrated as a hospital and clinic. And then more locally, our colleagues, Montage, SVMH, they also have been very successful as they've moved forward and have worked together to really bridge and integrate their systems. And the environment in general, healthcare is evolving. You know, back in the day, it used to be about the hospitals. It used to be about clinics. But today, it's about wrapping around the patient and our communities overall. You know, things upstream issues, for example, housing insecurity, or the housing environment itself for patients or pediatric patients with asthma, looking at their environment. Are there things we don't necessarily think about as a health system up front, things like mold? Are there other allergens, et cetera? Really harnessing an entire system in order to make that happen. An integrated health system will optimize patient quality, resulting in improved health outcomes, health equity, improved patient and staff satisfaction, be more successful at healthcare transformation and population health management. And it will also position us to sustain and enhance our overall health system portfolio with our clinics together and our level 2 trauma center. You know, systems integration during the pandemic demonstrated the effectiveness, efficiency, and population impact that's achievable in the case of Natividad and the health department working together. I think also to point out our competitors view our community and its members as available market share, but they don't really ultimately share our mission or commitment. You know, really what's important about us is what makes us special in our shared mission to our patients, to our community. It's our commitment in this mission that makes us a team. It makes us a family for our patients and this community, and of course, our staff. We need to bring that family closer together, and we will be better and even stronger together than we already have been with the great things we've accomplished. So with that, our vision is to create a patient-centered, unified, sustainable Monterey County health system committed to improving the health of the entire community with emphasis on the vulnerable.
So as Dr. Harris indicated, we really need to shift our system from the way it looks now, which is on the left half of this slide, to the ideal situation where the patient truly is in the center. Currently, our system is fragmented, services are siloed. It really puts the responsibility on the patient. And when you think about the demographics in our community, which tends to be an aging population, a population that may only speak Spanish or another indigenous language that may not necessarily be able to access our systems, it really puts a huge responsibility on them to be able to understand the complex and sometimes unorganized systems that we've created for them, and really shifting to the ideal where everything is working seamlessly for the patient. A patient comes into primary care, a seamless referral to specialty care. The patient doesn't have to think about it. They just have to know the date and time, and then we can arrange transportation as needed. As Dr. Harris indicated, this ideal patient-centered system will really help improve patient and staff satisfaction optimize healthcare and really improve their patient health outcomes, and really gives us an opportunity to go beyond the acute or chronic need that the patient is there to really help address some of the social, economic, and other social determinants of health that are preventing our patients from being able to achieve positive health outcomes. Next slide. So as stated in our recommendation, by creating a Board of Supervisors ad hoc committee and creating the Monterey County Unified Planning Group or Committee, this would be the recommended org chart, where green indicates those areas that are in direct service delivery and blue is the organizational. Both Dr. Harris and I will be charged with continuing to report directly to his Natividad Board of Trustees and myself through our Community Health Center Board with respect to actions that are being taken, strategies that are being developed, and more importantly, getting their input as we move to design how we will further align our service units. Next slide. So what have we done up until now just to ensure that our stakeholders are receptive to the idea of further alignment? You know, this has been a conversation that's been had multiple times over the last decade, if not longer, in terms of really creating a more unified health system for the residents of Monterey County. So both of our Board of Trustees from the hospital and our Community Health Center Board chair and the full board have received briefings on what we're thinking in terms of a county and really how we're thinking of structuring it and the critical role that they will play in weighing in on the path forward. Through our county human resources department, our labor groups have been notified and any questions that were asked have been addressed. Internally, in terms of our leadership and our staff, both at the hospital and our clinics, we've had all staff meetings. We've had individual meetings with our managers, with medical executive, et cetera. Again, just making sure that all of the stakeholders are informed of what we're thinking in terms of creating a sustainable health system that's aligned in the county. And then for the most part, the feedback has been very positive. They want to know how they can help. Some comments have said it's about time. They want to make sure that they have an opportunity to weigh in before decisions and actions are implemented. So for the most part, a very positive reception from the various stakeholders that we have engaged. This is just a pictorial representation. Again, communication and resource planning are critical. Communications, I think we've covered in terms of meeting with our our respective boards, with our employees. We're here now presenting this to the Board of Supervisor with staff recommendation and informing the public about the county's move forward to align our hospital and clinic services. And so the next step, is really then based on staff, on the board's recommendation and approval of staff's recommendations, really beginning to engage with other community stakeholders as we move towards implementing actions. Now, these are just some of the high level areas or initiatives that will have to be undertaken, and there's many more. Today, Dr. Harris and I will provide a couple of updates in the area of electronic medical health record and technology alignment, in the area of human resources, patient experience and access, and there's continuity of care, and so many more initiatives that will have to be implemented if we are to be successful in aligning our services.
So a little bit more about the details of what's been done to date. As Elsa alluded, we have been making progress and moving forward on technology and electronic health record alignment. May seem relatively small, but it was really important and critical, aligning the Natividad emails with county emails and calendars and synchronizing across the whole county organization. That occurred in April and May. And then we anticipate even further alignment with other aspects of this, with SharePoint and team document collaboration and management as well. An electronic health record subcommittee has convened really to look at an integrated EHR. I think you all are aware we are currently on 2 separate electronic health records. There's really that's sort of the modern day backbone and infrastructure to really integrate modern day health systems. Other key movement forward is the Chief Medical Information Officer position has been posted, and we've begun recruitment. And this is a key leadership position to ultimately drive this part of the integration. Again, as Elsa alluded, we have progressively been working together on human resource collaboration, working on joint recruitment for common positions, both Elsa and I, as well as with county HR. And then working with county HR and the health department to jointly upgrade recruitment practices to really make them reflect more extemporaneous millennial preferences. So, for example, even flyers and posting of positions, we're really trying to make it more modern and reflect those preferences of millennials in that generation. On the Natividad side, we are having more frequent job fairs. We're having them weekly now, very brief, focused, so we can have those job fairs, interview, and move that forward in a much more quick, responsive manner.
And then in the area of patient experience, there's been some activities that have been successfully implemented or in process. Again, as I mentioned, really making it easy for the patient to be able to navigate the complex health system that we operate. So one of the things that has happened in terms of increasing access is expanding the specialty clinic after hours. Working with our health department clinics and Natividad and the referral process, really Natividad having a dedicated fax number that is only used by our clinic providers and staff to ensure, again, that no referrals are lost again from our primary care system to our specialty care system. We're working in partnership with Natividad to expand referrals for in the area of radiology and cardiology. Really making it easier again for reminding patients of their appointments with text, voice, et cetera, depending on their preference. And then another area is really developing uniform protocols for our preoperative procedure clearance at the hospital.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez and Dr. Harris. So they've been talking about some of the operational specifics associated with what we're proposing here today. And there's a lot of ins and outs as they were detailing. And those ins and outs are going to have some impacts, both financial impacts and non-financial impacts. But I also see them as having significant benefits too, and talk about that in a moment. So first off is to look at we have to analyze what are those impacts financially and how we're going to address those. And we're going to come back to the board in the near future to talk about where those costs might be. And we've been partnering with Health Management Associates for a few years now, as we've been working through some of the early stages of integration. Health Management Associates is a firm that has a lot of experience in this space. They have some experienced practitioners, both from on the ground in some of our counties like Los Angeles and Ventura with some big healthcare systems, as well as some of the private sector expertise that they bring to this effort. Part of the effort here is to create some working groups, as you can see on the slide there, and those working groups are going to be in several different areas. One of the biggest pieces and the biggest lifts, as Dr. Harris and Ms. Jimenez were talking about, is the electronic medical records, electronic health records. And we have two different systems, and it's going to take a significant effort to figure out where we're going to go next, and significant financial contribution to make that happen. However, in the end, it will be not only an economy of scale and potential cost savings for us financially, but the benefit to the practitioner as well as the benefit to the patient, I think, are most important as we move forward. So next up is what we really want you to do is essentially to direct us, the Director of Health
of the Health Department, the CEO of Natividad, and County Administrative Officer to work together to build this integrated health system. And yes, I know it might sound obvious that we're all part of the county and we should be doing this and working together, but this is, as anybody's been around for a while knows, this has been an effort that's had some fits and starts over the years. And I think that they had some really dedicated people in the past that wanted to make this happen, but for a variety of reasons it hasn't. And I think now with just the way that we have our marketplace set up, as well as the individuals we have here right now ready to make it happen, I think that's a big difference, and we're ready to make it, take the next steps to put it into place. We think it's important to create an ad hoc committee of the Board of Supervisors. I think, as Dr. Harris mentioned, we think that's kind of the next kind of guiding step for us, so that we have some touchdown with the Board of Supervisors, how we can have good communication and know what's next and get some input from you. And then we would ask the board to essentially direct us as the Monterey County Unified Planning Group or Committee to report to that ad hoc committee regularly, so that we can get updates, we can get information, and we can move forward. Next slide. So the path forward, next steps. As I said, this really is a big deal. It may not seem like it from the outside, but it really is significant. It is going to take a lot of effort, a lot of work. Thankfully, most of that work is on Elsa and Chad and not me, but I'm gonna try and help as much as I can. But they're the real experts, and they really know the ins and outs. And the people that are in their organizations already working together on pieces of this are going to make this be a success. This is a path forward, and we want you to know that we're looking at the Health Department and Natividad and to continue and expand these alignment activities and initiatives that we've been doing. The IT and electronic medical or health record work groups is really something that's going to take a lot of effort, but it is critical. The HR work group is something that we know is important to make sure that all the players that are involved have a seat at the table and are integrated into this integration effort. We know that's important. Having this strategic organization set up and the leadership to make that happen, keeping that momentum is obviously is critical. And what that means is having project management team moving it forward, having the executive steering committee setting the priorities and overseeing it, having the work groups doing the real nitty-gritty work of what puts it into place, and then making sure that we have a framework, a charter for each one of the work groups. What is your scope? What are your responsibilities? And how, reporting that out to everybody, and then taking that and putting it into a final product and making this, getting it across the line. Because we think this is really important to make healthcare in our county accessible and usable for everyone. And it can't happen unless we are financially successful as well as patient-centered, as they were talking about, because that's the key to be successful for really an integrated system. So we're hoping that the board would support our efforts here. So I'll turn it back to the Board of Supervisors unless Dr. Harris or Ms. Jimenez have any final comments. Otherwise, we'll turn it back to the board for any questions or comments, and we are looking forward to direction to keep moving this effort.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this really exciting presentation. A couple of things that I'm going to ask before I move to my other colleagues. We'll start at the back and move forward this time. Start with District 5. You laid out quite clearly what it is that you know you need to make it happen. So I'll ask the three of you just this question: what could make it blow up?
I guess a lack of a commitment can make it blow up, and also kind of looking at more of the old school silo mentality. This is mine, I'm not sharing with you. And I think that's kind of the what can make it blow up. I don't think we have that anymore. I think we have more of a collaborative approach across the three departments here who've been working together on this. So I think we can avoid that.
Thank you. And then my second question is this is really a big deal. I see it that way. And I know the commitment that you have, and I also know the time commitments that each of you has. So my question is, who's going to be pushing this? Who's going to be driving the train, and who's going to be pushing it to ensure that lack of commitment or that the silos don't pop up?
Well, we'll start that we're all part of that, making it happen from our organizations down, but there are some assistance down below in the sense of the real work as far as moving it, that I'm going to turn to Chad and talk about that.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to cue it off, Charles. At the end of the day, the three of us are helping driving it, but as you all know, our leadership teams ultimately help drive us and the organizations that we serve as well, and of course the community. So our leadership teams, HMA, as Charles mentioned earlier, is helping us facilitate this. And then in each of our areas, we have project management assistants to help drive this forward. And I think what is one of the more encouraging and I would dare say a bit exciting is the overall support for making this happen within our organizations. Change is always tough because it's change. It innately is, but I think this is a change. By and large, everybody's embracing. This is ultimately a good thing. And to be perfectly honest, I think it's the right thing to do for the community and our patients and our staff.
Yeah, and if I may add to both of those responses, I mean, we really need to be designing a system that's going to work for our patients. So there has to be a mechanism that we implement that really gives them a forum to be able to tell us what's working, what's not working, what more the health system could be doing for them. That could then be validated, confirmed, et cetera, by staff. Our staff are the ones who are working day in, day out with our patients, and they too have frustrations with respect to the inability to be able to do a seamless referral, for example. So I really think that we have to create open spaces for patients and staff at all levels to be able to have an opportunity to be part of the work groups to help shape what it is that this is going forward. And I think without the support and the consultant of expertise of HMA, I think we would be a little lost. I mean, they are a great consultant that will hopefully help guide us. And then if I may, I wanted to go back to your first question, Supervisor Adams. I don't know if I'd necessarily craft it as blow up, but what will prevent us from being successful is if we're not on one electronic health or electronic medical record. We really need to be on one unified technology platform that really prevents us from having these workarounds that we have now to be able to try to create seamless access from one system to another. So that investment in a new EHR, EMR is really critical and will indicate whether or not we can be successful at creating an aligned system.
Thank you for that really insightful comment. That's terrific. Okay, then I will now go to District 4, Supervisor Root Askew.
I saw Supervisor Lopez with the hands up, so I was going to defer, but I'm happy to go ahead and speak next if that's what you'd like. Okay. So having worked with Supervisor Lopez and our amazing team for a couple months now to sort of get the conversation started, I am really impressed with the vision that's been laid out. When I broke my arm last summer and I was upstairs with my doctor, I've got, employer sponsored coverage. I was upstairs with my doctor. He put in a referral for physical therapy. I walked downstairs. They had the referral already in the system, and I was able to schedule my appointment in the same space in the same 5-minute period of time. And right now, our county clinic patients don't have that ability to have that kind of integrated care, and they deserve to have that kind of integrated care. And the responsibility for creating those systems lies on us. So I do think that this is important and critical, and is how we show leadership in terms of building out the highest quality systems of care for our residents. I want to just make a couple points. I don't have any questions, but I just want to go with a couple points. In order for us to be successful, it's not just that the Board of Supervisors has authority to give direction. We have multiple systems that are all interacting together. And I see that we have Natividad trustee Libby Downey on the call with us. I'm not sure if we have folks from the Community Health Center Board, but we have multiple governance bodies who all have different responsibilities. And so in order for us to line up and move in and joint step with one another, it is going to take some leadership and coordination from the staff who are doing the work. So thank you for providing that vision and that leadership. And I do want to assure my commitment to continue doing everything we can to move us forward. The role that we all play in different spaces. The Alliance for Health provides Medi-Cal managed care for tens of thousands of our county residents. Half of our kids are on Medi-Cal. A third of our adults in Monterey County are on Medi-Cal. So these systems do all overlap and interplay with one another. And it is absolutely critical that we figure out how to make this work at this time. So I just wrapping it all up, I'm fully on board. I think this is the right decision to make. I'm looking forward to supporting the staff recommendation today and continuing to do everything that I can to ensure that every resident of Monterey County has access to a full spectrum of coordinated healthcare.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudasky. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, having been around almost 15 years and seen many of the fits and starts that Charles talked about to get us here, I think what put us in this position is the right people in the right place at the right time. And when the time is right, would love to make the motion to move forward with staff recommendation. It's a great pride point for me, having worked on this subcommittee, this ad hoc committee, as well as Health and Human Services and sitting on Natividad, to watch the evolution and the need for this particular step to happen and come to a point where the right leaders are in place to commit to that change. This is that moment. And so I really believe that this is the best way for us to move forward as a county in order to uplift our community's needs. And I am just excited that we've been able to reach this point in a way that I think is only the first step. We know that the work in front of us is going to be a lot bigger in terms of the actual hands-on sausage making, if you will. But at the end of the day, this is the path that gets us there. At the end of the day, provides a even better community experience, whether it's at the clinics, the hospital, and an integration to seamlessly travel between. And so this is a big deal, and I'm just excited to be at this point today. And thanks, staff, for bringing this forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. And now we will go to Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I agree with the other comments. This is a big deal. And I've been on the board now 8 years, and we've been talking about this, the need for this for all that time anyway. And we just never had the people in the right place to really push it and bring it together. We were still insisting on working in silos, and we're behind the other health care organizations in doing this. And so I think it's critical we move on it as soon as we can. And I'm fully supportive of it. It makes complete sense to have an integrated care system that we didn't used to have, obviously, when I was growing up. So I too will support the recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Alejo.
No comments. I'm supportive of staff recommendation, though, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now let me take it out to the public to see if there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item today. I'm not seeing anyone from the public coming forward in chambers. Let's just see if there's anyone online. No, it doesn't look like we have anyone online. Okay, well, to quote everyone else, this is a really big deal. And it's very, very thrilling to be able to sit here today to support this. And I think I heard a motion from Supervisor Rudasky to support the staff's recommendation that we direct staff to continue moving forward on health system integration and unification, direct the creation of the Monterey County Unified Planning Committee, and direct the creation of an ad hoc committee and appoint 2 supervisors, and then direct that MCUP regularly report to the board, to the ad hoc committee on progress. So my only question to either county council or to our CAO is if in fact we should include in the board motion the naming the 2 supervisors who would be assigned.
I thought the motion was made by Supervisor Lopez.
It was.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It was made by Supervisor Lopez. Was it seconded by Supervisor Rudasky?
Happy to second it. And I'd
Thank
also be
you.
happy to add in that Supervisor Lopez and myself continue working with the team to
move forward.
The board direction. Thank you.
Excellent. And I would be
Good with
very
that.
supportive of that as
Good
well.
idea.
Excellent. Okay, well, it sounds like we're all in order here. So with that, we have a motion by Supervisor Lopez, a second by Supervisor Rudasky. And if we could please have a roll call vote. I feel like we should have a drum roll or something because it is such a big deal. Sorry, Charles, thank you so much for all of the work that you have put into this. You know, it's a three-way deal. And I think it's very thrilling for all of us to be here today. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Good. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Rudasky,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thanks.
A lot of work ahead. All going to be good. Okay, so now we refer back to our items here, and we are at item number 15, which is any new board referrals.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, there are no new referrals this week. The referral matrix is attached to the agenda.
Excellent. So therefore, we will close new referrals and move on to referral responses. And we were at item number 16, which is consider adopting a resolution to approve naming of Building 400 of Natividad Medical Center as the Barbara Shipnook Professional Center in honor of former Supervisor Barbara Shipnook for her profound, enduring, and extraordinary contributions to the healthcare of current and future generations of Monterey County residents, subject to the conditions on naming of NMC facilities set forth in the naming Monterey County owned and operated facilities and programs at Natividad, and a unanimous approval of those present and voting is required. And I can just tell you, I have a feeling that she's someplace just applauding over the decision that has just been made here. So this could not all be coalescing at a better time. So thank you. Okay. And I will now turn it over to our Natividad Medical Center staff. And here we go.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon.
You'll have
Madam.
to tell us your name again.
I will not. Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board, and of course, the public. I am going to introduce and share the PowerPoint in a second, but this is in regards to referral 2022.13, an update and a recommendation. I have with me today Andrea Rosenberg, Assistant Administrator at Natividad, who has been instrumental in moving this forward. There we go. Andrea?
Good afternoon, members of the board and Chair Adams. Today, I have a brief presentation to share with you. In terms of our agenda, we will go through the project description and update. I will be able to share some signage renderings, an estimated project cost, and then we will share our staff recommendation. Just to refresh everybody's memory, I know this slide is a little bit busy, but this did come as a board referral request from Supervisor Askew and Supervisor Adams to look at naming a portion of the hospital after Barbara Shipnook. There were many steps in this process to be able to come today forward with a recommendation. One of those steps that was identified was that we needed to develop a county policy that really made sense for Natividad. And that policy came forward to you back in May of 2022, and that was policy G-149. That policy outlined various criteria that would make it possible to for us to really be able to understand when we could go ahead and name the building after somebody, whether it was done philanthropically or posthumously. Natividad really feels that Barbara Shipnook's extraordinary and direct contributions meet the criteria of that policy. You can go to the next slide. She was instrumental in creating the Natividad Foundation back in 1988. She was also led the board in establishing the Natividad Board of Trustees back in September of 1989. And I think also very notable is that she was incredibly instrumental in being able to build the new hospital, with being able to negotiate the certificates of participation with Wall Street. The last time I presented to the board, I believe I had shared with you all, I had found a picture in our archives of the groundbreaking of the new building. I guess that was in 1998. It's not that new any longer, but I found a picture of her speaking at that groundbreaking ceremony. So Natividad does recommend that Building 400 Professional Center be named the Barbara Shipnook Professional Center. The services that are provided in that building represent the care continuum offered by the Monterey County Health System. So now to the good stuff. What is this all going to look like? I have a couple of slides here to just show you what we're envisioning for the space. On the outside of the building, so Building 400, for those of you who don't know, I always refer to it as the architecturally interesting building on our campus. It has a lot of glass, so it made it a little bit challenging to figure out where exactly to put the signage because there are a lot of windows, but we did find a perfect spot to be able to recognize Barbara Shipnook. So will be on, as you enter into the main entrance of Building 400, the first picture is immediately to the left of that entrance, where there would be raised lettering similar to what we have over in acute rehab, and now also our newly named mental health unit. We will also go ahead and put onto, you can go back one more, sorry, Jeff. Put on the glass some vinyl lettering, also indicating that it is the Barbara Shipnook Professional Center. We will be updating our monument signs, the big directional signs. There's one that's right in front of the building that will also indicate a directional wayfinding to the Barbara Shipnook Professional Center. And then lastly, we will have a commemorative plaque, and there's the picture just right now as a placeholder. There may be a better picture that we can go ahead and utilize that will be actually inside Building 400 over by where the directory is located. So in terms of cost, we're estimating that the total cost of this project to be roughly $30,000. And this includes all the signage that I just shared with you today, including the plaque for inside of the building. The cost of this project will be funded from Natividad's Enterprise Fund.
Thank you, Andrea, for that presentation. I know there was a lot of hard work that goes into this, and we are very enthusiastically recommending that the Board of Supervisors approve this request to name Building 400 the Barbara Shipnook Professional Center, and noting the request meets all the requirements and selection criteria named in the naming outlined in County Policy G149. And with that, happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation today. It is a thrilling day. So let me go to my colleagues first for questions and comments, and then we'll bring it back to the public, and then we'll move forward. Supervisor Rudasky has no comments. Supervisor Lopez?
No comments.
Supervisor Alejo?
None.
Supervisor Phillips?
No, I'm supportive.
Excellent. So I concur with everything that's been said. I am supportive as well. Looks like CAO.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's nice when we have an easy one, and this is an easy one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So let's just see if there's any member of the public who wishes to make comment on this today. I see no one coming. Are we going to take public comment now from the family, or? Sure, come on up. The only problem is that he'll be limited to 2 minutes. You have to treat everybody fairly.
Well, make some exceptions.
Okay, I'm making an exception. You can have as long as you'd like.
Oh, it won't be that long. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors. We really appreciate you taking this on and your support. Chair Adams, thank you for your enthusiasm. Andrea, you've been fantastic, so thank you. I want to recognize Ann Hill, who's in the room today. She was a driving force behind this. There are a lot of people watching this live stream. My sister in North Carolina, my aunt in New Jersey, my great aunt in Southern California, many of my mom's friends locally and in Southern California. So really just wanted to recognize all the hard work that went into this. And My kids are here today. We're all very grateful for the support and the opportunity. And that's all I wanted to say. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And perhaps your sister who is online might be interested in making some remarks as well.
Well, she says she's been emotional all day long and she just wanted me to speak for the family, unless she's had a change of heart. But that was what she
Louisa,
texted me.
would you like to make any comments?
Oh, sure. Thank you so much. I will simply say that it's such an honor to be at this point and to have such incredible stewardship and advocacy from both Andrea Rosenberg and Dr. Harris. Thank you for your stewardship and your support. And my mom gave her heart and soul to the county and to the board. And I know she's been my beacon, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful honor to have this before you now and to be on the edge of it becoming a reality. So just our hearty thanks from all of us.
Thank you very much for your comments today. I'm sure your mother would be thrilled. So let's see here. Now we are
Madam
going.
Chair, I
Yeah.
remember when those two used to hang around their mother's office in the first floor of the courthouse. And,
Our formative years, yes.
Was very exciting. Okay, so is there anyone else in the public who would like to make comment? Either those who are here in the chambers or anyone who is online who would like to make any comments about this today? Nope. I see no one coming forward. Last chance. Okay, good. Well, number one, I would like to thank staff for coming forward so quickly with this. I really appreciate all of the work that everyone has done to get this work just wrapped up so quickly. It was really wonderful. And I know that Wendy and I are going to be presenting a resolution and have some pictures taken with the family. So at this point, I think that there's no reason for us not to go down and do that. And I'm going to take my
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the staff
Thank you so much.
recommendation.
And I would like to second that motion. So could we please have a roll call vote? Thank you.
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you so very much. And now if we'd like to do the presentation of the resolution, and I'm sure that Andrea and Dr. Harris would like to join us as well.
Be great. Are these up?
No, just leave them there. They might not talk because
Here, thank you. So on behalf of my colleagues with the County Board of Supervisors and my former boss, Supervisor Jane Parker, it's an absolute honor to support recognizing Barbara Shipnook as a historic figure in Monterey County. As the first woman elected to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, she laid a path that so many of us, well, 6 of us to be exact, have been able to follow in her footsteps. And it's an honor on every level. Also to be able to recognize the work that she did in supportive healthcare, which we know at Natividad Medical Center, where we deliver babies every day, where we're taking care of our children and women in our community. It is so incredible to be able to have her name be placed on this building. So with that, we do have, and I'll thank Andrea Rosenberg and Natividad for requesting and having prepared this resolution that we'll send home with the family. There's just a couple items that I wanted to read out. That Barbara Shipnick was a member of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors from 1979 through 1994, and throughout her tenure was a strong advocate for the healthcare of all residents in Monterey County. Among the many accomplishments, Barbara Shipnick was instrumental in creating the Natividad Medical Foundation in 1988, the nonprofit organization providing fundraising support to Natividad's programs, the first ever Board of Trustees in 1989, and in securing critical funding, including Wall Street municipal financing for the construction of Natividad's modern building and campus. Barbara Shipnick's extraordinary and direct contributions as a county supervisor spearheading the modernization of the Natividad campus, locating the funding to support construction, developing the Natividad Medical Foundation have left a deep and long-term benefit to healthcare of all Monterey County residents now and for generations to come. With that, thank you for lending your mother and sharing her with Monterey County, and we'll send this home with you. And thank you again for being here and letting us celebrate your family.
Thank you. I was really fortunate to work with your mom on her very first campaign back in 1978. And I just remember those eyes. She had just the most incredible blue eyes that I think one has ever seen. But as I stand here today, I would never have thought when I was a young woman way back in the day that we'd be standing here today for this really particularly special moment. And we all the women and many men here as well, stand on her shoulders for the work that she did. She was a ceiling breaker from way back. And you're fortunate to have a fabulous mother and a wonderful grandma as well. You're lucky people to have had the love and the support that I'm sure she's given you throughout your lives. Thank you. And so would you like to say something?
Well, I just want to say I was really happy and excited to help move this forward. I knew some about your mother when we first started looking into this, but as we progressively dug in, we actually, I don't know whether Andrew, as we looked through the archives in our library, we started finding things like this photo with your mom actually breaking ground there. That was the photo there. She really is an amazing, inspiring person, and I truly am quite happy to move this forward and make this happen for you all. And I think it's really apropos today as we announce the integration of the health hospitals in Monterey County moves to the next level in healthcare. I think it's fantastic that it was able to happen today as well.
I would just concur with everything that's been said so far. This is a really exciting day. I feel like I've gotten to know Barbara through this journey, and my only regret is I really wish I could have had the opportunity to meet her while she was still alive. She just seemed like such an incredible woman and really inspiring, I think.
And Hill as well. There you are.
Susan West.
Susan West.
Yeah, she was my mom's, she ran her whole office when she was supervisor. So
Oh, that's fabulous. Congratulations.
And many more online.
And many more people online, including Jane Parker as well. So there's a whole lot to be thankful for here. And, she's the nub of it, right there.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you. We could go on forever like this.
Student and
she's taken.
In your bed.
Can you get a spelling for me? Thank you, Pauline.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Bye. Okay, so we do have more board work to get done today. As sort of, it's an important item that we have up ahead. But we'll take a couple of minutes to let the chambers clear and all of the hugs happen. Okay, well, back to the rest of the agenda that we have today after that absolutely wonderful, wonderful experience that we all had here in Chambers on this day, July 19th, 2022. So moving forward now, we're going to item 17, which is another referral response, and this is to receive a status update in response to board referral number 2021.19, seeking to create a farm worker resource center that provides services and referrals in the community of Greenfield and provide further direction as appropriate. So I believe that we have Jose Chang with us, who's going to be making the presentation today. And
Yes,
there you are.
yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, members of the public, and county staff. Jose Chang, Monterey County Assistant Agricultural Commissioner, today to provide you a status update on the Farm Worker Resource Center board referral. And just to provide you a little bit of background, there was an Assembly Bill 941, which was signed last year, that requires the State Department of Community Services and Development to establish a grant program for counties to establish farm worker resource centers that will provide farm workers and their families information and access to services. This same Assembly Bill requires counties to provide at least 25% of the farm worker resource centers funding to qualify for a grant. Also, as a way of background, in February of this year, staff reported to you that we conducted outreach to learn about the services that should be provided to the community of Greenfield, which is where the Farm Worker Resource Center is being proposed. At the conclusion of the staff presentation to the board early this year, the board directed the staff to apply for the state grant funding under AB 941 and appropriated $250,000 of county cannabis program funding to begin the process of creating a farm worker resource center. So here is the current update that we have for you today. Staff has been working diligently to advance the direction of the board and has established communication with the State of California Department of Community Services and Development, who is the AB 941 grant funding grantor, to ascertain the time schedule of the grant application availability. Staff has learned the following: a grant application is not yet available. The Department of Community Services and Development reports this application may be available by the end of this year. Also, under AB 941, legislation requires that the Department of Community Services and Development is required to convene a work group that will develop goals and evaluation criteria for farm worker resource center grant applications and grantees. And staff has also learned that the legislation appropriated a one-time allocation of $3 million to assist counties interested in establishing or expanding farm worker resource programs. Just keep in mind that this allocation is for the entire state. So there might be the more applicants, the less likely, the less funding that it might be available to Monterey County. While the grant program guidelines are developed by the state, staff has continued to prepare for the grant application by engaging and collaborating with other government agencies that may be required to be partners in the creation and administration of the Farm Worker Resource Center. And at the meeting concluded, we engaged local stakeholders as well as other community-based organizations that should be involved in the development process. And in conclusion, and lastly, staff has also continued to consult with the Ventura County's Farm Worker Resource Program, the program manager, to understand the administration component of their program and of the services they provide, including their experiences. From this consultation, staff has identified a key position that should be created as the lead-off for the Farm Worker Resource Program, which is a management analyst position. Staff is conducting a preliminary job analysis of this identified key position in consultation with human resources and finance staff. Staff recommendations today is that the board direct the staff to return with another update after the AB 941 grant application is available to report on the guideline requirements and the anticipated course of action. And that is a staff presentation today, Madam Chair, and I'm open for any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chang. And let me turn to my colleagues, and I will start with Supervisor Rudascu. No questions, and then I will go to Supervisor Luis Alejo. Supervisor Alejo, have you have any questions or comments? Okay, well, let's go to District 2 then. Supervisor Phillips. Any questions or comments?
I just note that Supervisor Lopez got another thing down in South County instead of us poor people up here in North County, but he's getting to be a bit of a bully, but.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you very much for your comments. And now we will look to Christopher Lopez, Supervisor District 3.
Thank you,
Where
Madam
this will be
Chair.
located.
And thank you, Jose. I know this is a constant talk point for myself and Assemblymember Rivas. In fact, he'll be down here next week, and we're focusing on this particular issue for about an hour and a half. So I appreciate the continued work to position us to be first through the door on this particular opportunity. And I appreciate the staff recommendation. So I'm happy to make that as a general direction to return after the grant application is available so that we know exactly what the guidelines are and how to best leverage those funds. But do appreciate the background work that started with the recommendations around the necessary staffing. So thank you, Jose, for keeping this moving forward. I know for our community down here, folks are excited. Folks are talking about it amongst the nonprofit community, and also just everybody walking up and down the street stops me and says, when is it coming? And I try to explain to them exactly what's in this report, but the excitement is there. So thank you for keeping the pressure on to put us at the front of the line.
Thank you, Supervisor. That sort of sounded like a motion when it's an appropriate time, I would think. Let's go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public who wishes to make any comments on this item. I'm not seeing anyone in chambers. I'm not seeing anyone in chambers at all, but no one is coming forward. Is there anyone from the public who is online with hands raised? I'm seeing none at all. All right. Thank you so much. So I'll bring it back to the board.
I'd be glad to second that motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Supervisor Phillips. So we have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Ruascu?
Just to be clear, the motion was to approve the status update.
It's to approve the staff update.
Okay, great. Yeah, of course. Thank you. Yes.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, congratulations, Supervisor Lopez. We will close item number 17 and go on to other board matters. County administrative officer's comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real briefly, I know it's somewhat of an inconvenience for those people who use the stairs, but I appreciate those folks heeding the closure of the, I guess that's the southeast stairwell. Yeah, sure. I'm going to get that wrong. That's closed as we have help from the Monterey County Arts Council to put a mural up in that stairwell, and it's going to look great. And I am looking forward to the unveiling. And we'll have a nice celebration here with the board to view that artwork. But just appreciate everybody's cooperation as the artists do their work.
Thank you so much. And now we will go to board comments. And again, I'll look to Supervisor Askew.
Just a couple comments. I wanted to thank the folks at Natividad Medical Center for hosting me yesterday for a briefing and tour of the facility. I'm always impressed by the dedication and commitment to delivering the highest quality healthcare to individuals who utilize Natividad for their healthcare services. The care and commitment to that goal was tangible at every step of our tour. And I just want to acknowledge and thank them for that time. I'll be headed this weekend to the NACO National Association of Counties conference with some of my colleagues and look forward to presenting on some resolutions through the Health Policy Committee that I represent CSAC on, and we'll look forward to providing some updates as to what we get done on our return. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Rudasky. Now we will go to Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm looking forward to representing Monterey County. I know Supervisor Lopez and Askew will be at the National Association of Counties Conference in Denver this weekend. I appreciate that. And we're also going to show some support for one of our good colleagues from Sonoma County, Supervisor James Gore, who's running for the second VP of NACO. I hope he comes out successful. That will line him up to eventually be the national president of NACO. So we're hoping to give him some support in that our California representative can win that second VP position. He's a great guy and a great supporter of the work that we're doing here in Monterey County as well. Also, I just wanted to welcome Rodeo Week here in Salinas. There's a lot of events that already kicked off last weekend, including a concert last Saturday night, but they continue. I know tonight is what they call Banda Night, something the Alisal Rotary and Ricky Cabrera put on, and then PBR night tomorrow, and then a lot of events all throughout up until Sunday. So I want to thank all the organizers. I know this is a very popular event here in Monterey County, but it's a big event here in Salinas, and I know a lot of our local families and residents have a good time going out there and enjoying the festivities and the events. So I want to thank everyone for putting on another great event and look forward to joining sometime this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. How about Supervisor Phillips?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On Sunday, there was a service, memorial service for Justice Agliano, Ned Agliano, out at his country club he belonged to for over 50 years at Corral, and it was well attended. I was kind of the MC and of that on behalf of the family. On July 27th, I mentioned it before, but we're having a Baranda community meeting just about the changes being made at Madison Lane. That's going to be held at the Baranda Meadows Elementary School from 5:30 to 7, and we're sending out notifications that there's a lot going on in downtown Castroville. Measure X Castroville Community Street Rehabilitation is going on right now between the streets of Merritt Street and Guile Street, including right where our offices are, Crane Street and Spiegel. They're doing the sidewalk repairs now and the curb repairs, and then they'll come in after that and do the street changes, and that's part of the Measure X Castroville Community Street Rehab. And the COVID testing is still continuing here at the Pajaro Library, and just emphasize that it's still available. So thank you with that, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'll just congratulate Charles McKee on that stairwell that he talked about. It when I was first elected as a supervisor. He gave me that recommendation to put in that referral, and so that was one of the first. I think it might have been the first referral I ever put in, and I think that that's going to be an amazing contribution by the Arts Council and their team to our facility. So congratulations, Charles, for helping to get that done. Last week we did have our young leaders graduation here at City Hall in Greenfield, and it was extremely well attended. It was also the night where we showed off the second annual winners of our We Are Southern Monterey County Art Competition, and the 15 pieces were incredible. We even had folks walking around asking for copies of the prints. And so I think hopefully it'll lead to business for a lot of the folks who were able to get their art up on the walls. One of my favorite was called Ag Wars. It looks like a mix between Star Wars and the future of agriculture, showing that even in the future, when everything has changed, agriculture will still be a necessity. It had droids and some of those airships carrying produce out of the fields. It was a very neat mixed media use. And so the pieces were unique this year, and we want to congratulate all of those winners, especially our grand prize winners. And lastly, I'll just share that I too will be attending NACO at the end of this week. In fact, I'll be positioned to support Supervisor Friend and Phillips with their levy project there. I understand I'll be the representative there in the room should questions arise on that project. And so continuing to represent Monterey County and RCRC, as well as all the other hats we get to wear in the functions there in Colorado. So thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. I want to say thank you again to Supervisor Ruud Askew's office for the work that they put into organizing the Lead Me Home Summit last week on homelessness. It was really amazing. This is a critical issue for us to continue to work on, and I hope to see new initiatives from our incorporated city partners as a long-term outcome from this event. It was really well done. The speakers were amazing, and there were so many people in attendance. It was a real highlight for the year, in my opinion. I also want to thank Sheriff's Deputy Christy McLeod, who took me on a ride along this past week. It was a lot of fun to do. I got to see some parts of the county that I don't usually spend time in, and I enjoyed it very much. I look forward to doing it again sometime soon. This weekend, I'm looking forward to the Salinas Rodeo. I'm going to be able to go out on Friday and take Friday evening and see what's going on. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I have a dear friend who is a cowgirl, and so she always shows me the ropes, figuratively and literally. So I'm looking forward to that. And I'm also looking forward to the Monterey Peninsula Pride Parade this coming Saturday. So there are a lot of things going on this weekend, and I'm sure we'll all be out enjoying them. Thank you so much. And now I will turn to see if we have any readout from closed session from County Council.
Thank you, Chair. We have two reportable actions from closed session. The first is in Louisiana versus Centers for Disease Control. The board voted to join an amicus brief supporting CDC's termination of COVID-19 restrictions on immigration. The second item is in 303 Creative versus Elenis. The board voted to join an amicus brief supporting Colorado's anti-discrimination law. And that is it.
Thank you. Thanks so very much. And with that, I am very happy to say with a record time, and it's 3:24 in the afternoon, that we are adjourned. Thank you. And we'll see you next week, which will be the last meeting of the Board of Supervisors until we return from our summer break. Thank you, everyone.